So I don't want to stick people in there and go like waste these contacts and just one folder. So yeah, so there's no so and they're not in on their assignments. So I think we want to set that first to say because I don't want to
And that's the idea.
that we're not doing it just so
I also say weekly.
that one we're going to spend up first thing on
One guy. And the weight.
well, well, it seems like there's so many. Yeah, she did. Yes.
You look forward? I was.
Yeah, that's my big thing.
Now the turn to solve that problem. Sound will come from there. Okay. That's okay. I'm not whispering any secrets. Michelle asked me to give you the presentation for lunch hour. And normally I have like 5 or 6 USB sticks in my pocket, but today I seem to have arrived without any. Do you happen to have one?
I really don't know.
Danny usually has lunch, and he also just doesn't have any right now.
Probably because I just didn't want to bother her.
And I didn't want to bother you either.
So we were done with it.
I will.
C1 for sure. I thought kind of luminous eyes and yeah, it's actually what it is that yeah.
I'm pretty sure my question.
So it's on.
Sure.
But I have to remember.
You know.
No, I know.
Alice.
I know. This is how far behind we are. So, but that is my, that's my stuff. Yeah, so next week, all of those dates will be out, and then I'll be out. You know? No, I get
So what happens?
Nice. Thank you. I want you to know that you were partly one of my inspirations. What? I what? One of my inspirations. I like to see this inspired the whole new trend worldwide. It is a bit of a drag. It is. That's what women should do. Isn't that fun? It's funny. It's funny that it's such a revelation. Well, this was my thing. So when I was okay, not it's like this is like yeah, just kind of wet. What is so hard for those? That's a great question. It's okay that I can do it any other time. And I was a little bit.
Yeah, we're moving the location, but it's actually, it's a better location. Other than myself.
And it looks good. I wouldn't even notice.
This could be good. It's a challenge. She's really.
I
Can't go cold turkey.
Is he? I don't think she'll ever know. I doubt it.
Is he? Is the mic on?
I don't know, it's too far away to tell.
There's a switch.
Negatory.
It's really far too.
Now, I'm surprised he isn't.
Yeah. It's great. You're so smart. What am
Bonjour.
But I did really think you were yes. Whichever one happens. Exactly.
Test.
Yeah.
This isn't for you guys. My apologies.
It's cutting into your record time.
Okay, so we've got,
Yeah.
we've got it in 15 seconds.
Been a long time. I think so too.
Morning, everyone. We're gonna call the meeting to order. So, everyone's attention. Come on, Katie. Oh my God. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2020 CSPA AGM. Woo! Yay! We made it
Hello,
again!
my baby. Hello, mom.
We made another year.
No video. No.
Yeah, go.
So the AGM is an annual meeting for voting members of CSPA. Voting members consist, sorry, I missed a paragraph, my bad. I would like to formally welcome everyone to Edmonton for the 2020 CSPA AGM. I see a lot of familiar faces and maybe a couple of unfamiliar, so for those of you that don't know me, my name is Izzy Perry and I am CSPA's president. Woo! The AGM is an annual meeting for voting members of CSPA. Voting members consist of drop zones, provincial sport organizations, and clubs. However, we're always seeking to involve the registered participants of CSPA, and we encourage your involvement with the association. So, as chair of the meeting, I would like to officially welcome and recognize the registered participants in attendance, and thank you for taking the time to come and learn about CSPA and how the association runs and represents you.
What did you have this morning?
Kamina is just like
I want what
so
she's
excited.
drinking.
Hashtag Kamina Sunshine.
When we chose Edmonton as the host city, it was also with the goal of opening the meeting to attendance of local USPA members to continue to build a relationship. So I would also like to officially welcome and recognize any observers in attendance and look forward to you learning more about what CSPA does and how we operate. I would now like to consult with the voting members if they wish to allow registered participants and observers to speak during this meeting. Are there any objections to this? Excellent. We encourage discussion and participation throughout this meeting, so I would like to go over, hello Curtis and Terry.
You're in trouble.
Woo! So I would like to go over the protocols for speaking. To allow our online viewers full listening capability, please, there's no speaking from your seats. Please stand up and approach the microphone. Wait for the president, aka moi, to give permission to speak. Introduce the name of the member you're speaking for. If you wish to speak and there's already someone at the microphone, please form a line behind the microphone and wait your turn. Also, just a reminder that we're streaming this meeting on the internet so that CSPA registered participants can view it in addition to voting members who are virtually attending the meeting. So when I present each motion to be voted on, there will be a little bit of lag time. So we're gonna wait an extra minute to allow the virtual voters to ask any questions and also to present their vote via Michelle. A friendly reminder that personal attacks are not welcome and will not be tolerated. If you hear the gavel, a very large gavel on my desk there, it means silence, point of order. And if everyone can also take a moment to make sure your cell phones are on silent and vibrate, that would be awesome. Probably including myself. Lastly, if you haven't done so already, please let Michelle know if you're going to be attending the dinner at Moxie's tonight. We have to call them and give them an update of numbers for registration. We will now commence the AGM. Woo!
Sorry, just okay there.
Hey, Judy. Judy.
Did I do it?
Give us some fan.
So, we're now going to do roll call of all voting members. Pacific Air Sports.
Bob.
No,
Here.
no, it's Roy.
No, but Bob's carrying the proxy.
Someone? There we go. Second Decade Skydivers. Unicorn Sport Parachute Club.
No, if there's no
There's
no
no
name, don't read it.
Chilliwack Skydiving Club.
Yes.
Kamloops Skydivers.
Yep.
Skydive Vancouver Island.
Yep.
Okanagan Skydive.
Yes.
Whistler Skydiving.
Yes.
North Okanagan Vertical.
Yes.
Capital City Skydiving.
Yes.
Skydive BC North.
Yep.
Point Break Skydiving.
Yep.
Eden North Parachute School. Edmonton Skydive Center.
Here.
Alberta Sport Parachute Association.
Here.
Alberta Skydive Central.
Here.
Calgary Parachute Club.
Here.
Pacific Skydivers.
Oh, I'm here.
Fizzy Skydivers.
Here.
Badlands Skydiving Club.
Here.
Skydive South Saskatchewan.
Here.
Skydive Saskatoon.
Here.
Manitoba Sport Parachute Association.
Here.
Skydive Manitoba.
Here.
Grand Bend Sport Parachute Center.
Here.
Thousand Islands Skydivers. Swoop.
Here.
Parachute School of Toronto.
Here.
Skydive Toronto.
Representative.
Parachute Ottawa.
Here.
That's you.
Here.
Niagara Skydive Center,
Here and represented.
Descenders,
Here.
Hamilton Sport Parachute Club,
Here.
Skydive Wasaga Beach,
Here.
Northern High Skydivers,
Here.
I Fly Toronto,
Here.
I Fly Toronto Whitby,
Here.
Ottawa Skydiving Club.
Here.
Parachute Nouvelle Air.
Here.
Parachute Montréal.
Here.
Skyventure Montréal.
Here.
I believe that is it. So we can establish quorum. Quorum required for ordinary resolutions is 15 members. Quorum required for special resolutions is 30 members. We have 40 in attendance. Therefore, quorum is present. Note, a majority vote will require 29 votes and a 2/3 vote would require 58 votes. I would now like to take a moment to introduce our board of directors, committee chairs, and office staff. We have myself as president, we have Kenina Vanstone as vice president. Brian DiCenzo. Corey Godwin. Jason Warren and Jocelyn Brunet. Is he here virtually?
I think he's watching.
Okay. Wherever he is. Our treasurers, Ian Flanagan. And our committee chairs for the CNTC, we have Barb Davis.
Yeah.
CWC and Comp Dev, we have Monique Andre. For LTAD, we have Doreen West Gemmel. She's not able to be here today. With Canberra, we have Annalie McAvoy. Sorry, Annalie, if I said that. IT, we have Tarek Ayoub. Apologies. For the Women's Initiatives Committee, Michelle Matt Stoyton. Judging Committee, Randy Holmes. The TNSC, Bill Pentney, represented by Lindsay Stewart. The GRC, we have Pat Floyd. The Jump Pilots Committee, we have Joe Chow. And last but definitely not least, our Executive Director and Executive Secretary, Michelle and Judy. Without them, none of this would be happening because they work harder than all of us put together to make all of this happen. So,
Here.
and Michelle takes very good care of me.
I do.
You do.
Also my job.
Where's all your candies? Usually have bags of candy. See. I had to step down and I was not entitled anymore.
So the first thing we're going to do, next order of business, is the approval of the agenda. This motion is made by Skydive Manitoba and seconded by Skydive South Saskatchewan. It is moved and seconded to adopt the following motion, that the agenda be accepted as presented. Does any member wish to debate this? All those in favor, please raise your cards until counted.
Just do the objection.
Yeah. Sorry, any opposed? And the affirmative has it, motion is carried. Oh, any abstentions? Not bad. It's my second ATM, nice.
You're doing awesome.
Next order of business, does any member need to declare any conflicts of interest? Next. Next order of business is CSP's bylaws. Last year, the board elected to have a full revision done. However, this year, there's only one minor revision being proposed. Before commencing with the motion, does anyone have any questions regarding the proposed change to PIN 3? Should have been in the member packages, I assume. Yes. No questions? So the motion to accept the changes is moved by Descenders Para Club and seconded by Skydive Vancouver Island. It is moved and seconded to adopt that the voting members of the Canadian Sport Parachuting Association at a duly called annual general meeting move to make the proposed changes to these revised bylaws as approved by the board. Does any member wish to debate this motion? Any opposed? Nice. Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Second motion is to ratify the new bylaws. This motion is made by Descenders Para Club and seconded by Skydive Vancouver Island. It is moved and seconded to adopt the following motion. The voting members of the Canadian Sport Parachuting Association at a duly called annual general meeting hereby repeal the CSPA's existing bylaws and ratify the CSPA's revised bylaws as presented, revised, and dated March 7th, 2020. Such repeal and ratification shall not invalidate any action by the CSPA in pursuant to the previous bylaws. The CSPA's bylaws shall come into force and shall be binding upon the CSPA and its voting members upon the submission and approval of the revised bylaws by Corporations Canada. The last motion is the authorization for the office to correct.
Izzy, you have to call a vote for it.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I not call a vote? My bad. Any objections? Any abstentions? The affirmative has it, the motion is carried. The last motion is the authorization for the office to correct things that do not affect the meaning of the bylaws. This motion is made by Descenders Para Club and seconded by Skydive Vancouver Island. It is moved and seconded to adopt the following motion. The CSPA National Office be authorized to correct article and section designations, punctuation, spelling, grammar, cross-references, technical and conforming changes as may be necessary to keep PIM 3 current with the Not-for-Profit Act. At no time will additions, deletions, or changes be made that affect the intent or meaning of the bylaws without appropriate board and or member approval per section 7 of PIM 3. Does any member wish to debate this motion? Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? The affirmative has it, the motion is carried. The next order of business is the adoption of the minutes of the 2019 AGM. This motion is made by Manitoba Sport Parachuting Association and seconded by Fizzy Skydivers. It is moved and seconded to adopt the following motion. That the membership adopt the last minutes of the 2019 AGM for CSPA held at the Viscount Hotel in Winnipeg, Manitoba on March 19th, 2019. Does any member wish to debate this? Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? The affirmative has it and the motion is carried. The next item of business is to review the items tasked from the 2019 AGM that require review. The motion Be it resolved that the CSPA Board of Directors make an addition to the existing exemption to BSR 2.3, allowing drop zones to file an application to the Board of Directors to change the water distance to 250 meters for C and D COP holders, including tandems. The risk analysis continues to be done for the remainder of the 2-year period. This is motion moved by Parachute Marial and seconded by Parachute Nouvelle. Does any member wish to debate this?
No, you just read the update. This is from
We just
last
read
year.
the update?
Yeah.
Okay. We will now be moving on to the section of the AGM for board, committee, and office reports. Each representative will come up and give a short 5-minute presentation about 2019. Once finished, if anyone has a question, please step up to the microphone so everyone can hear. Michelle, you want to come up and start us off?
Here, let's talk about what over here. There we go. Wait. Okay. So this AGM, you're going to hear Ian and I talk a lot about financial situations. CSP is not in a good place right now. So I'm going to talk about our membership numbers for the last year, and then I'm going to talk to you about a 5-year analysis of where we've been over the last 5 years and where we're hoping to be. 2019 as a whole, it wasn't a bad year. We stayed relatively steady from where we were last year, which was a very bad year. So we didn't necessarily lose memberships. We had a very good year for COPs. So if you wanted a trend across the provinces, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario definitely increased members, but we saw a drop in all the other provinces. Affiliations as a whole, that's the general, that's your $94 a year renewal. We saw a big drop between 2016 to 2018. We lost 200 RPs over the course of those 3 years, so 200 and then another 200. When those drops happened, I actually did a provincial analysis on those. This drop between 2016 and 2017 was, I'd say, about 85% to the western provinces, and I believe that's when the Alberta economy more or less crashed. And then the drop between 2017 and 2018, for those of you that are from Ontario and Quebec, we had horrible weather, and 95% of that decrease came from those 2 provinces. So in those 3 years, we lost 400 skydivers. And that is what put us in the situation that we're in right now. So that's why I did the provincial analysis to kind of see where that happened. The good thing is that we kept relatively steady. We increased just a little bit from last year, and a big part of that is a relationship that we've now made with one of our learning facilitators, Dan Whitman, who also trains jumpers for the Canadian Forces. So he's now taking groups down to Skydive Paris and running trainings, and we now have a partnership where we've matched what they do with USPA. So instead of their military guys joining USPA, they're now joining us, and that's giving us about 50 new skydivers a year. So that is a new partnership that's going to hopefully see this trend maybe keep trying to increase again, but that's where that loss was happening over the last 3 years. A loss of new skydivers obviously means a loss of COPs. So unfortunately, you'll see the downward trend of COPs went down, but like I said, 2019 was a really good year for COPs in comparison to the previous year. And a big part of that was getting 50 new jumpers out of the Canadian military who all got solos and A's with that. So fingers crossed we see these numbers that are just going to hopefully keep climbing. The next thing I wanted to do, you're going to hear, again, Ian and I talk about finances a lot. We're going to see a 17% increase to our insurance this year and a potential 20% increase for 2021. We are on the market for a new insurance policy, but the $3 million policy is pretty much the biggest advantage that you guys get out of your $94 fees right now. And as we see that price start to increase, we are going to have to make adjustments. So what I wanted to do is present to you guys the last 5 years of insurance claims that we've made.
The biggest trend that we see is landing patterns. The majority of incidents are novice jumpers misjudging their landing pattern and landing in parking lots. And then the other part is equipment malfunctions or jumpers just not doing up their helmets or properly securing their cameras. So the three columns, our deductible is $2,500. For the most part, if a claim comes in and it's under our deductible, we pay it out directly, we don't claim it on insurance. If it's higher than the deductible, we claim it through insurance, so that's what these three columns are. So we paid these ones out of pocket, the rest of them we paid the deductible, plus this is what the insurance payout was. So that's just an idea. We try to keep our insurance costs low. Right now, the market, everything is going up, and it has nothing to do with the fact that we're putting in claims. It's just the market. Ned's nodding. She gets it. For those of you who own aircrafts, I'm sure you get it. One of the things that we're looking on this year, like I said, our brokers are out in the market trying to get new quotes, trying to see if we can get a better price. And one of the things we are going to look at is having a higher deductible. Deductibles right now are paid out of the defense fund, which is very healthy. So we could potentially look at having a higher deductible in order to try to keep our insurance rates maybe just a little bit lower. So we're exploring all options right now. So this just gives you an idea. Clearly, the big thing we have is landing patterns and equipment malfunctions. Defense fund claims, just another history. So the maximum you can claim from the defense fund is $10,000 with certain specifications of how that money is claimed. So up until 2016, we were helping drop zones fight for land use. A few different examples, some of them were airspace restrictions, and a lot of others were municipalities trying to kick drop zones off municipal property, which they have no right to do. I really want to point out this one. This is a huge win for our entire country. We had a local drop zone in Quebec, which ended up going bankrupt, but the little old lady that runs the farm on the municipal airport fought for skydiving. And the municipality sued the drop zone, and they lost. So they appealed, and they lost in the Supreme Court of Quebec. And so the Supreme Court of Quebec, basically their analysis was that aviation is a federal thing, it's not a municipal thing. If we had lost, every drop zone in this country would have been at risk because the municipalities would have told you how to run your aviation. So that was a really big win. And the little old lady who took all of this as an honest skydiver, we owe her huge for this. So the rest of these coming out of Quebec and Ontario were just accidents. A lot of them were tandems, so tandem person broke their leg, person sued the drop zone, we helped out with the defense fund access for the drop zone. That's more or less what those are. And then the one fatality, that was the legal consult for the skydive Padawan student back a few years ago. It was only paid out in 2019 though. So that's just kind of a recap of that. Committee reports, I'm just gonna stay up here. So the Aero Club of Canada, I went to their AGM a few weeks ago. It was a pretty good one. Usually it's not very exciting. Some big things are rolling down this year. So for those who don't know, we are affiliated to the Aero Club along with a bunch of other air sports in Canada, and then the Aero Club is Canada's affiliation to the International Air Sports Federation. So basically some of the things that came out of the Aero Club meeting, they went back and hired a Secretary General. So for anybody who's applied for sporting licenses, those are coming up faster now, which is amazing. So we're trying to get, she's more or less got a 24 to 48 hour response time, which is great because we have a lot of skydivers who decide last minute they're going to go to record attempts.
No.
No.
Not last minute skydive.
Financial status. So because we're at the bottom of the barrel, if any other organization above us is having financial difficulty, it trickles down. So the FAI is having financial difficulties right now and they are reevaluating things, and that is kicking down to the International Skydiving Commission, which is therefore trickling down to the Aero Club, which is going to trickle down to us. The voting members of the Aero Club, CSPA included, opted to accept the deficit this year. So Aero Club is going to carry a deficit in order to not affect the fees of their members, so us included, in the hopes that the International Skydiving Commission and all their air sports and the FAI can hopefully try to fix their financial situation before they trickle down higher fees to their members. So we are going to absorb the deficit this year, and by we and the Aero Club, they're going to absorb the deficit this year to try until they figure it out at a higher level. But a part of that brings me to the next one. They are going to increase sporting license fees for 2021. And it's going to be a pretty drastic increase. They're going up to $75 from $50. So CSPA will be charging $80 for sporting licenses that are going to be effective for the 2021 calendar year. But it was that or our entire membership fees go up. So I picked the battle and so yeah, our membership fees for Aero Club this year are just slightly down, and it's only because our membership slightly dropped, because we're paying the dues based on our membership numbers from 2018. The good thing is that Aero Club status right now within the FAI, we're at the very bottom of our classification. So all of our air sports could basically double in numbers, and we would still have to pay the same fees to Aero Club or to FAI. So we're in a very good place, Canada, as an air sport as a whole to grow. And the last thing we're really trying to work is cross-pollination with different sports. So I'm gonna do a shout out to Wasaga Beach, who hosted our nationals this year, and they had a flight festival over the course of the weekend. And they actually brought in a couple other air sports to come and do demonstrations of their sports at our event. And this is something we're trying to do a little bit more of. All of these sports, for the most part, have people that wear parachutes. They may not use them, but they have them. And one of the biggest questions I've been getting is, well, where are the drop zones that I could go to get training? So if I do have to use my reserve parachute, how do I fly it? Great question. Here's a list of our drop zones. You should go and talk to them. So don't be surprised if you drop zone owners get questions, because it's a really great opportunity for us to cross-pollinate. Any questions for Aero Club? So I'm going to speak to LTADs, since Doreen is not here. LTAD had a really busy year this year. So we collaborate really well with the Women's Committee, which is my committee. So athlete development funding, we had 16 applications for LTAD this year, and 6 of them were approved and 2 were conditionally approved based on more information and what coaches they were able to get. So for those who don't know, we do $7,500 a year towards athlete development funds, and typically what that does is it goes towards drop zones that are running skills camps, training camps, mini competitions, and it's trying to develop skydivers into developing competition skills. We partnered with iFly Toronto and SkyVenture Montreal on 2 4-way camps. Unfortunately, the Toronto camp only had 6 people in attendance, which was really disappointing. So we need to look at building competition in Ontario as a whole. And then SkyVenture Montreal, they had so many people on the wait list, they held 3 camps, but only one of them was funded by us. And I will say that as of 2021, we're super excited because we've now launched a partnership with iFly Calgary, so we're going to start bringing these training camps to the west. So to the jumpers that are here, it's been a long time coming.
Yes.
So the skills camps were coached by Richard and Valerie Bisson, who are currently on Catastrophe, which is going to be our new national 4-way team. And for those, pardon? They are, okay, perfect, there we go. And the last thing we did, if you have an opportunity on the table outside, we completely revamped Flight Plan, which is CSPA's long-term athletic development document. And props to Anna, who's in the room, who did the graphic redesign. This was a year-long process.
It's a work of art.
It is beautiful, and it's a great tool. So for those of you who are jumpers or coaches, instructors, use it, integrate it into your training. It's a phenomenal document, and it's visually beautiful now.
A work of art.
It's awesome. So I brought 2 copies outside if you guys want to flip through it, and then it's obviously available on the CSPA website for download, but we're really proud of that. So that was a big project that LTAP did this year. So for 2020, again, athlete development funding, we want to see more drop zones apply. That's just the bottom line. I mean, I say 16 applications, but a lot of those are just coming from individuals. We would love to see more drop zones apply because we all know you run boogies and camps and opportunities. We want to work with you on those. So just throwing that out there. Like I said, we're going to partner with Calgary. We're going to keep doing revisions to Flight Plan. So a big year for LTAD. Any questions? The Women's Committee, pretty quiet, pretty small. We have a much smaller development funding. We do $3,000 a year, and our max is $500 per event or athlete. We continue to fund the CP camp, which is currently happening right now at FLCPA, but the guys go down with Kozak and Kelsey, and they go and do a bunch of training. We did 2 four-way skills camps, one in the east, one in the west. Artistic free fly, for those of you who haven't met Coralie Boudreau, she's 16 and she's a freestyle athlete in the tunnel, and she's now officially a skydiver. And her goal is to compete outdoors in 2022. So we took this junior, and she's coming up, and she's a female coach in the tunnel, and she's already done her Coach 1 course, and she's really moving up. So we helped fund some of her training for her freestyle outside. And then remote location opportunities. We have a woman who lives in the Yukon who doesn't have many opportunities to come and jump, so we kicked her a little bit of extra funding to go to a training camp down in BC, and she came away with it with a whole new world of appreciation for the sport. So those are just some things that we do. For 2020, I'd like to say we only had like 8 applications for women's funding this year. We don't get very many. So again, we'd love to see more disciplines, more applications, more cross-country stuff. And the last thing we're super excited about is 5 years ago we went to a Women in Sport conference, which is basically, it's hosted in Quebec City, and there are opportunities from sports and women in leadership positions, and they all come together in one place and they talk about women in sport. It's a phenomenal conference, so I think there's going to be 5 or 6 of us going this year to that, and hopefully we'll be able to take that feedback back and bring it back into the sport. Any questions? Oh, apparently it's International Women's Day. I don't know. Yesterday was busy. All right, for once I don't have to present this. Rena. Yay.
I don't know if many of you know me. My name is Rena, and I'm your IPC delegate. Hello. This year, there were a number of things going on at the IPC level, ISC. There was a name change from International Parachuting Commission to International Skydiving Commission. They felt it was a modernization of the brand. Also, it included tunnel. And most countries around the world do include tunnel skydiving, although Canada, Britain, and the US do not. Australia as well, but they're thinking about it. The next thing was FAI governance. This was a big deal because again, as Michelle said, their financial situation is dire. They've been stealing from Peter to pay Paul for years. And Buzz Bennett and another delegate had been after them for years to come clean on this, but they always sort of dodged and leaved about it. And now it's finally come in that there were a lot of excesses. A lot of people on the executive bureau were taking first-class trips and taking their families with them first class when they were going to different events. A lot of abuse and misuse of funds. So they fired the Secretary General immediately, and I think that maybe she was the scapegoat because I think she was trying to hide it from, because the higher-ups were doing the dirty business. But anyway, she was fired immediately, and now they're paring the whole thing down, so they're trying to save money and go back to basically what they were starting out in the first place, being a records, dealing with records, dealing with the sports efficiently, not overblown ideas that will expand the bureaucracy at the FAI level. So that's what Michelle was talking about. In a year, they're trying to sort their mess out, and hopefully they can do that. The Olympic project, that was the French had decided, since they had Paris Olympics, they wanted to bring tunnel flying as an Olympic sport. Unfortunately, we lost out to breakdancing. So, yes. But they tried very, very hard. They put a lot of time and effort into it over the last couple of years. Tunnel Meet in Lille was part of that whole endeavor, and we did have people from the IOC there watching it. They were impressed, but I guess they felt that they couldn't get enough people in the wind tunnel to watch it. They liked the solo freestyle, but they didn't care for formation skydive because it took too long to get the results back. So yeah, we lost out to breakdancing. The cancellation of the World Air Games was a big deal. They had originally started in 2020. It was scheduled for 2020. And then they said, oh no, we can't do it. We'll go to 2022. Well, now they've said they're financially incapable of doing it. And so the whole thing collapsed, leaving skydiving with every world championship with nowhere to go. And thankfully, Larry Hill, being the guy that he is, came through in 2021 and he's hosting speed and wingsuit for the World Cup. And in 2022, he's taking on FS Artistic Events Speed Wingsuit. And CF is going to Belarus. CF, Style and Accuracy are going to Belarus. So in last minute bids came in to cover everything, and we were very grateful because there was nowhere to go. The WADA decision was a big one. The Russians have been, well, the decision came down that the Russians had abused the anti-doping had used doping, and were found out twice, and were, well, what would you call it? Restricted. Banned. Thank you. Banned from sports for 4 years. They've since appealed that, and so right now it's gone to the arbitration for sport, and they're hoping for a decision sometime in July. If that decision is upheld, it will mean that Russians effectively, any Russians officials, judges, the organization, the athletes, will not be able to compete in any type of IOC sport for 4 years. They could, if it was a Russian competitor, apparently, they could compete under another nation's flag, but then again, they still have the problem that they would have to wait for another 2 years. You can't compete for one nation 1 year and then compete for another nation another year. You have to wait 2 years. So it's not really an effective way of working around the problem. So unfortunately, people skydivers who I don't believe would be doping, because it doesn't really work for us, yeah, it doesn't make you a better skydiver, but they've been caught up in this mess. So we'll find out hopefully in July, maybe in August. This won't affect the Mondial in Russia because it's too close, and it would be impossible to reschedule. So, well, tonight will go ahead. Oh, and just to let you know, I was elected vice president of the ISC Bureau this year. It's a bit of an exciting thing. Anyway, that's my report. So these are all the competitions being held in the next couple of years. So things are very busy. So this year in 2020, we have the Mondial, which has everything. And Belgium has indoor skydiving. We have indoor skydiving in 2021. They're all there. CP in Birmingham, Alabama for the World Games is still on. And there you have it. We've got a full schedule for the next 2 years, thanks to a lot of people who stepped up very late in the day and put in last minute bids that were really good bids. So if you have any questions, thank you.
Pat, you're up next.
Go, Pat. Go, Pat.
Should we do the wave? Only he dressed up so well for this.
Hi, I'm Pat Floyd. I'm
Hi, Pat.
dealing with
Hi, Pat.
regulatory
Hi, Pat.
issues. One of the areas which I want to talk about is now Canada. We actually
went to their AGM. I know Michelle would like to follow that format of the open bar, et cetera, that they had.
I'm trying.
But it was very good because we've, especially in BC, have been significant burden of what NAV Canada is doing to drop zones. And we weren't getting the profile or the attention, so I thought Michelle could go by herself. She wanted me to go, but we went there, and then we raised a complaint from the floor on the official minutes that NAV Canada's policies and procedures is bankrupting commercial operators in drop zones. That got their attention. I don't know if we'll get any result, but it raised our profile that Michelle got to meet everybody she needs to know at NAV Canada and open lines of communication. Hopefully somebody's going to show up today, give us a briefing on what they're doing. But I just want to go over briefly. Is the rest of the report on that, or just?
No, just that.
Okay. What they're doing in Vancouver is they're short-staffed because that's how they make their efficiencies, and they fill by overtime. And when people don't want to show up on a sunny Saturday because overtime is discretionary, they close airspace. They close Class C airspace, high-level terminal airspace, all over Vancouver Island, Lower Mainland. So basically, if you're jumping, you're not, unless you're doing hop and bombs. They always claim it's not due to staffing, but we know it is. They're currently in a modernization project because they think they can make it better. I doubt it. So we're attending those. There's one on Thursday next week.
Tuesday.
There's one Tuesday in Vancouver, but they're going on Thursday, so we're going to go there. The issue is really when they close the airspace, can they leave it open for jumping? Is there a mechanism? We're going to try. I don't give it much hope initially, but we're going to try and put some pressure on it. The other angle that we can do is you can end up just suing them, but that's very expensive, and I think we're going to try the other way first. What they're doing is, I know Bob's here and he can speak to that. They've been having Bob run around trying to find a piece of land that meets NAV Canada's criteria, which is almost impossible to meet. And that is not including the airspace being closed anyhow. If you had the land, he wouldn't be jumping most of the time because the airspace is closed. They're also doing interesting things with flight service station in Campbell River, telling Roy where he can jump and where he can't jump on the airport when he's got permission to jump where he wants to jump. And then they're telling Jeff when he can drop an uncontrolled airport. If there's another airplane in the zone, they won't let him drop his jumpers at an uncontrolled airport. It's not their job. So that, like I said, what they're doing in BC, especially after the debacle at Pitt Meadows, where basically with the airport, they shut down the drop zone, it should be worrying for everybody. I recommend you get very close with the shift managers at the ACCs and talk to them regularly, have a nice relationship with them, because they can cut you a lot of slack sometimes. If they don't like you, you're not jumping. But the other thing is, one thing they did was when we went through the regulations, they wanted us to get rid of all the alert areas. And that was part of the relationship initially, that NAV would treat us as general aviation. We could get rid of the alert areas. Well, now they're treating us as the bottom of general aviation, and therefore I recommend anybody that can get an alert area, get one. Because it's transport that issues that, not NAV Canada. What that does is limits NAV Canada's ability to stop you from jumping. They say there's no alert areas, but there's significant numbers still out there because people haven't canceled them. And those are the two things. One area I want to touch on is waivers. I'm involved in the Petawawa case. The waiver there was an institutional waiver, but I don't think it was adequate. One of the key things that's helping lawyers and keeping the legal defense fund from being attacked is that if the waiver is strong, like the one Ian has as a precedent, a lot of lawyers are doing this on contingency. The first thing they're going to have to do is attack the waiver. They're not going to spend a lot of money if it's a very strong waiver, because there's no money for them, because they're going to invest all that activity to fail. And so it's actually a good mechanism to control lawsuits. And I just recommend that all the drop zones get a hold of Ian's precedent. Go see your lawyer, because every province is slightly different in law, and work that through and make sure you have a very good waiver and you keep a good record of it, because that will protect you from lawsuits. Also, one aspect of the waiver which has come up is with tandems is you want the choice of law being here in Canada. Because if you have an American tourist that comes up, breaks their ankle, goes back to Arizona or wherever, and sues you from there, that's a significant issue. It'll be the damages in the U.S. are 4 to 10 times higher than they are in Canada. And so, and if they're going to attack the waiver, they'll attack it down there. So I'd recommend get with your lawyer and get yourself protected, because without the waiver, you're bankrupt. Because even if you're right, the legal costs of a case, $60,000 to $100,000, even if you're right. And so I just recommend that. Any questions? That's it. Sorry for bad news.
Woo!
No.
And now we're going to hear from Joe Chow, the Jump Pilots Committee.
Hi, I'm Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Feel like we're in an AA meeting.
And I'm the chairperson of the Jump Pilots and Operators Committee. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I need you to help me out, because speaking in front of this large group just scares the daylights out of me. Okay, I'm just not used to it. Okay, so if you can't hear me, or if I'm not making a part clear, or if I stumble and talk too fast, can I please have your immediate feedback?
You're great.
Okay.
You're doing awesome.
The Canadian, I'm going to start off by asking you a question. When you make a skydive, what do you jump from?
Airplane.
Yeah, airplanes. Yeah. You jump out of airplanes, and those airplanes are flown by jump pilots. So just imagine if there were no jump pilots, your airplane would be on the ground. There would be no real skydiving. And I'll make a statement here that the airlift owned by the Canadian skydive community, our clubs and parachute centers, our jump planes, are the most stringently regulated, over-regulated, and controlled in the world. In the world. Because our clubs and centers need to have an air operating certificate. We need to have approved manuals of maintenance and operation. We need to use commercial pilots. We need to have an approved site of operation. And the list goes on and on to qualify for an air operating certificate. And then there's the need to maintain that certificate. There's process inspections from Transport Canada. There's maintenance inspections from Transport Canada. And so on and so on. Wow. And that happened in 1997. Before that, before 1997, our airplanes were privately registered, and we use private licensed pilots, and also commercially licensed pilots as well. So today, I suppose we should keep on going, except we're entering into a different climate in aviation. the climate of world travel and tourism, world travel and aviation has exploded. There's millions and millions of people traveling, probably those Japanese and Chinese flying around the world as tourists. And hence the big demand for pilots. As for the manufacturers, Airbus and Boeing and Embraer and so forth, they cannot make airplanes fast enough. They're backlogged tens of years. Boeing has a backlog, something crazy, 4,000 MAX airplanes. I know there's a temporary hiccup there, but they'll probably resolve that. Imagine being backlogged that many years and that many airplanes. And they need pilots to fly them. So what happens? Well, there's a shortage of commercial pilots. And the world wants Canadian pilots because Canada has good relationships all around the world. And Canada pilots are well trained. So what does that mean for you and for me? Well, it means that the stock of commercially licensed pilots are becoming very low. And I can attest to that. From the center that I operate, from Skydive Toronto, I sent out a whole bunch of pilots last year to about 6 drop zones. They came to me and said, "Hey, Joe, we don't have a pilot. Do you have an extra one?" "Yeah, here's one. And here's another one, and here's another one." And I'm saying, hang on here, why can they not find their own pilots? There is a shortage of pilots. And the situation can only get worse. Every magazine, every aviation magazine states in the next 5 years we need 15,000 new commercial pilots. In the next 10 years we need 30,000 Canadian commercial licensed pilots. It's all on the internet. So the future looks bleak for us to recruit commercial licensed pilots as jump pilots. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Before 1997, Canadian drop zones operated with commercial licensed pilots and private licensed pilots. And then upon more investigation, because really a committee has been authorized simply to investigate and gather information. And the more we looked into this, the more astounded we were. You know that in the USA, you don't need an air operating certificate. You buy a Cessna 182, you modify it, you use it. Can you imagine? It's that easy. And then in Australia, New Zealand, England, or Great Britain, rather, France, entire Europe, yes, they can use commercially licensed pilots, but they also use private licensed pilots with 250 hours, generally being the minimum experience, 100 hours in command with an endorsement or certification. The rest of the world is not hurt by the lack of commercial licensed pilots, the rest of the parachuting world, because they don't need them. And I have a printout here of jump pilot requirements in the rest of the world, okay? Ranging from Australia to New Zealand to Europe to Great Britain, and I'm glad to hand this out to you. And now I'm in discussions with your board of directors on how we can go to Transport Canada and say, in the national interest and interest of safety, we got to use PPLs. I'm a PPL, by the way. I've been flying now since 1983 under CARS 726.76, no, 722.76, okay, special exemption. But mine is a special case. we need to get PPLs approved to fly skydivers. Now, there are many people who will argue that the use of PPLs, private licensed pilots, is a step down. Nothing could be further from the truth. And let me explain why. In today's climate, if you hire a commercial licensed pilot to fly your jump plane, you know how long he's going to last? 1 season, part of a season. Then he'll say, the airlines are calling me, Joe. I'm gone. I'm going to Jazz. I'm going to Air Canada. I'm going to Porter. I'm going to fly right seat on a Dash 8400. Goodbye. Okay? I want to work for the airlines. Okay? We cannot compete with that. Even if you offer this pilot the same pay, and you can't, you have to raise your jump prices, something crazy, they will still leave because their end goal is to become an airline pilot. Okay? So this guy, this commercial licensed pilot, does not stay around long enough to become a good jump pilot. You take a private licensed pilot, a guy who's probably towing airplanes for the local gliding club, or he works for the classic aircraft club nearby. He's not going anywhere. He's employed. Or maybe he has his own business. He simply wants to fly for you, and he'll develop his flying skills. He'll stay with you for years and years for the rest of his lifetime. And those are the pilots we need to develop into superb jump pilots. And I know this is a matter that affects the future of our skydiving schools and centers, because without pilots, your jump plane will stay on the ground. Anyway, I have this handout I'll pass out as I go down, and I entertain any questions, please.
Good job, Joe.
But please, I thank you, but this is an important matter. This matter, unless you act now, will ground your airplane and mine. I've had centers come and rent my airplane. They call me, Joe, I need your airplane for this weekend. I said, well, I won't name names, but I said, well, how come? What's wrong with your airplane? Maybe I can help you resolve it. Oh, a friggin' airplane is fine. I don't have a pilot for it. So I send them an airplane. Yeah. And that's happened a bunch of times in the last 2 years. So please talk to your regional director and say, hey, let's take action on this. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Does anyone have any questions for Joe before he runs too far away? Or maybe you can. Yeah, if you do, and you don't want to do it now, you can always find him later. Next up. Technical and Safety Committee. Lindsay Stewart. Hey, Lindsay.
Yay, Lindsay!
Woo!
I'm Bill for the day. I don't know how I got myself into this.
You have to laugh really loud.
Just start laughing.
Thanks, Nina.
I'm gonna start with, is that better? So low.
You can raise it.
Take your hands out of your purse. Is that better?
Great.
Okay, good. We had our meeting in Campbell River on October. Last year we approved paper seals. So the board of director approved the use of paper seals, information instructions that will be released. Well, it already has been released. If you guys are riggers, you probably got that, and whoever else gets the email. So we can use paper seals as an alternative method for sealing rigs and that kind of thing. So just Now we don't have to touch the lead if we don't want to, so that's kind of nice. We're also combining the Rigor A and Rigor A1 courses to allow Rigor A's to pack tandem reserves and to make the Rigor A rating comparable to the FAA Senior Rigor rating, which should also be good. We went through the safety day pamphlets that everybody can print off. We evaluated them, improved them, and just updated them basically. They are beautiful. Whoever worked on them, it was not me, but I just helped a little. They did a really good job, so it's a little more up to date, which is also nice. Next up, the TNSC is working with the Canadian Smoke Jumpers in developing them a rigging program that's tailored more to their needs and stuff like that. So that should be a good partnership for all of us involved in the CSBA. What else? Our rigger manuals, we're developing manuals for our rigger students and our instructor riggers as well to help in the training and forwarding in everybody's education. And also our CSBA certified riggers can become a rigger instructor from the level they are rated for in accordance with the procedure lists and PIMS. So also good, so we develop more instructors out there, so we need some more riggers out there. Also good. Last up, the process. We're in the process of researching to have CSBA rigger rating approved by the FAA in the States, so we can be more kosher with all the things with our fellow people down south. So we're more recognized everywhere as well. So that would also be super great. Did I cover it all?
Yeah, you did.
We're going to take a short break now. 15 minutes on the nose. So if everyone could be back by 10:30. If there's anyone that didn't get a raffle ticket when they came in,
I didn't get one.
see, my lovely Kiwi, you don't get one.
Why?
Because of where you're sitting.
Chose the wrong seat.
You're in the wrong.
Isn't what we pay you enough? Now you want prizes too. And reminder, if you guys are joining us for dinner tonight, please sign up at the registration table.
You have Gordon and I on there?
That does
I
it.
don't know, but fine.
Yes.
Yes, you're on there.
See you.
All right, carrying on with the AGM. I forgot to ask before the break, did anyone have any questions for Lindsay? Lindsay.
I did.
I want Lindsay to come back up because I have so many.
She's gonna punch you.
She's gonna bite you.
I know.
Okay, so we will hear next from the CWC and Vinnie.
Yay! Everybody's more awake now. Thank you. Thank you, coffee. 4 cups of coffee.
I'm drinking decaf.
Fortunately, I have no terrible news to announce like Joe did and Pat did, so I'm happy to say that.
Feel better.
The slide just presents a little summary of our courses. The interesting part for me is the pictures, because pictures are always more fun than words, right?
Yes.
So the orange line is the number of candidates that we ran in any given year. There's this nice little up and down pattern that runs on a 2-year cycle. I have absolutely no idea why, but it just does. And the blue line is the number of courses that were offered. So the interesting part for me is that the number of candidates is on a nice little downward line, and the number of courses is on a straight line. So that just tells us that the average number of candidates per course has been consistently going down year over year. I'm not really sure what to make of that entirely, but it does perhaps tell us that system capacity is okay, right? Because if system capacity were the problem, we'd see the blue line kind of going down with the orange line, but we don't. So thank you to our learning facilitators who continue to teach smaller courses. Yeah, I think. Oh, I see what you've done. Sorry. So a couple other things we did this year. First of all, we added Pierre Andre Gauthier to the committee, so that was great to get representation from Quebec. Phil Perry left us after many, many years of service, as planned. Thank you, Phil, for your years of service, and we're happy you stayed an extra 6 months when we said please, please, please. And other than that, the committee stays the same. So the composition is, we've got Danny Grant as our ratings administrator. Yes, thank you, Danny. Jeff Dean is our master course facilitator, coordinator, developer, course. We've got a title.
Director of courses.
Director of courses, thank you. Building system capacity is something we've been paying attention to over the last few years, so we really put a lot of effort into identifying new learning facilitators. And we run a learning facilitator seminar about every 3 years. So we do have one coming up in 2020. So if you know of people who are interested or potentially good candidates for that, please do pass on their names. Sometimes people need to be told that they're going to be doing this, so please feel free to tell us who you think should be told that they're going to do this. I was told, so why not? And then we do continue to develop our existing learning facilitators. So once you become a Coach 1 learning facilitator, we help people develop their skills to become a Coach 2, PFF, Jump Master, SSI learning facilitator. As part of our fall meeting, we invited a bunch of learning facilitators to Edmonton. So we ran a coaching committee meeting, but then we also offered the National Coaching Certification Program, the NCCP, training for learning facilitators and coach developers. So we basically just upgraded everybody who was able to come to the proper NCCP standard. And is there a second slide? Oh, we're doing 2020, great. So we're going to talk about Coach 3 and grandfathering over the lunch, so I'm not going to get too far into that. But we do have a new Coach 3 program, new-ish Coach 3 program, which we're trying to really kickstart this year. We do have the Learning Facilitator program planned for the summer. We are going to be coming out with not exactly updates to the currency requirements, but more clear instructions. So we realized over last summer that the instructions for revalidation when you lapse by 1 year or over 5 years were really not very clear. So we're just putting out more information, and that'll be on the website and in the portfolios. And thank you very much to all the committee members.
Yay!
Any questions?
You don't leave. You don't leave.
I don't leave.
Nice family.
Competition development. So competition development is a part of the coaching working committee. It's a program which is sort of a parallel coach program to the Coach 1, Coach 2. There's a Comp Dev, Comp Intro, and then Comp Intermediate, I think, program.
And it focuses more on the learn to train part of the long-term athlete development program. I find the material very interesting. In 2019 winter, we ran a seminar. We had 3 coaches who took the seminar. One was Richard Bisson, who we heard about running the LTAD seminars earlier. Another one was a young man named Matthew, who's 15 years old and was on the Canadian national 4-way team that won a gold or silver? Gold in Dubai. So that was kind of cool to have basically a non-skydiver, right? In 2020, we have not a whole lot planned. We just have available support to attend the NCCP multi-sport modules for anyone who's taking the competition development training. Last one.
Thank you, Mimi. And Barb for the CNTC.
So, I don't know everybody here, which is really kind of unusual because I usually know everybody. So I'm Barb Davis and chair of the CNTC, and I'm also an alternate delegate to the IPC with working with Rena Gallo. And the members of my committee include Joe Ablett, you might recognize some of these names, Joe Ablett, Rena Gallo, Blair Egan, he's from around here, Martin LeMay, Danielle Paquette, and Eileen Vaughn. Eileen Vaughn is here today, Blair was supposed to be, Rena's here today. I love going places with my gang. And I'm really grateful for their support through the year. So what we accomplished last year is 2 World Championships and 3 World Cups, and they would be in Czechoslovakia for paraski, in France for indoor skydiving, in Italy for wingsuit, in South Africa for canopy piloting. And out of those competitions, we had a silver medal. It's really for the guy, but it's also for Canada for Malachi Diab, the indoor skydive, junior freestyle. 2 continental records set by Sven Giuseppe in distance and speed. And Nick Yu had a 10th place overall finish at the World Cup wingsuit, which is a really big accomplishment. The standards at World Cups and World Championships is so high that if we get those things, that's a really huge accomplishment for our athletes, specifically because we have so little. We can help them with administrative things and stuff like that, but when it comes to cash, we don't have much. So they're self-funded, and we're really proud of the efforts they make. All our teams train these days. There was a time when nobody trained and they went as tourists, but now they go as serious competitors, and we're liking that a lot. The national championships were held in Wasaga Beach. A very disappointing turnout of only 45 competitors. We don't know why. Was it because everybody knew the weather would be bad? There was some very bad publicity about it in Quebec. I'm not sure if some of that may have been due to the fact that a drop zone there put in a bid and they weren't awarded the nationals. I'm not really sure, but I wasn't impressed. And but the host went out of his way. He was the most positive guy. He never lost it. He never got sad. He was always on top of it, always positive. He went to a tremendous effort to make it more like a festival, and he had bands and merchants and food places and invited the community, ton of advertising, a ton of sponsorship for the many, many expenses a host goes through at the nationals from the local community. and even the provincial government. I mean, we've never seen anybody go to that much trouble. So the CSPA subsidy went to just what we're allowed to do in some competition expenses, officials travel and accommodation and stuff like that. But Les Farkas was an amazing guy if you ever meet him. Fantastic guy. But the interesting thing, it wasn't actually held on an airport, it was in a sports field. The airport was conveniently located just across the road. So although it was a shuttle back and forth, which takes away some of it for me as a skydiver, spectators loved it. And there were, even with the bad weather, quite a lot of spectators there every day, particularly watching the accuracy landing. And 2 members of CSPA who weren't involved with the nationals received a sportsmanship award because they took it on themselves, one, to go over to the airport and act as a load master, getting the people over there into the airplanes, and the other staying on the drop zone to enlighten all the spectators on what was happening and bringing them in. So it was a really good feeling. So yeah, so not very many people, but still in a way successful. We were able to finish the events, well, not completely finished, but we had more than enough to select national teams in formation skydiving, accuracy landing, wingsuit, and canopy piloting. We sent them away to the USA to qualify because there is nobody in Canada who is interested in their ponds or in hosting competition at their ponds. So that may be the future, we don't know yet. The canopy pilots wanted to go to the US Nationals from the competitors meeting we had with them from the previous Nationals, but then they didn't go either. But there was a hurricane happening down there at that time. So weather wasn't in our favor last year, and seems to me hasn't been for several years. Regardless, it was a success in an experiment. People that were there did have a great time. So, and Izzy came. Whoopee, a CSPA. I'm saying this, a CSPA president coming to a nationals, unheard of. So we were really glad to see her, and she competed in sport accuracy and got a bronze medal. So and not to be left out, Kanina Vanstone was on the 4-way team from Manitoba. Her husband, ex-board member, was their cameraman. And besides, it's always nice to see Kanina because she brings up the level of sportsmanship. It was lovely to see Jay, and it was lovely to see an interest from the board members in competition, actual being there. So we like that a lot. Geez, I wasn't even going to mention you guys.
Sorry, just insinuating
anyway,
ourselves.
Nationals. Okay, records, there's always records. Not so many usually in a nationals year. I say that, but even less in world meet years. But anyway, competition records, we had several last year, and I like to tell people because these are, anybody can get together and do a record attempt and perhaps be successful. So we had large formation sequential, 2 points and 58 persons. So new record. Group accuracy landing night. So get this, 4 people stacked up together doing accuracy onto a 2-centimeter disc after dark. After half an hour after official sunset or before dawn. Anyway, 4 persons, and their total for all 4 scores came to 12 centimeters. Wow. So that's not much. And so that was done in Florida by some of our accuracy jumpers training for team slots. FS Large Formation Night, 13 persons. Individual accuracy, consecutive landings. So one guy in a competition, dead center after dead center after dead center after dead center, that would be 4 for Joe Ablett. And so that's a big deal. And that happened around 7 to 10 at the Nationals. So normally we score that with the 4 dead centers and then the next score. But he said, no thanks, I've had enough. So that's the standing record. Individual accuracy, the lowest score in a 10-round program was 12 centimeters, so that was Joe's total score. And so he has the lowest score for a 10-round program. Group accuracy landing, a 4-person team, their total score in a competition in one round was 0.00. And that included Joe Ablett, John Davis, Dimitri Streza, and Jim Patterson. So when that happened, we were really excited. I was really excited because I've seen these guys. I was there when they got the previous record several years ago in Dubai, was 4 centimeters. I've also seen them get 4/16s. So you get 4 dead centers. It's really exciting. What else have I got here for you? Canopy piloting, Sven Giuseppe, our perennial record man, known to be the fastest man fastest man alive under a canopy for a whole day at a World Cup a couple of years ago until they found out he missed a gate. A whole day I was on the edge of my seat. But anyway, this year he did distance 169.58 meters and speed on a 70-meter course 2.087 seconds. That is a North American record and hence also a Canadian record. So it's really exciting. Actually, it livens up things in my little Langley office. So that's about it. We did other things that weren't so were interesting, but we did write this last year at the direction of the board terms of reference for our committee, which we found long and involved, overwhelming, out of our comfort zone. But fortunately, thank you to my lovely Eileen, she pulled it all together in a great document, and we had compliments as the best they'd ever seen. And but it did put a hold on a lot of our other writing abilities. And that I still have the record book to bring up to date from 2017 till now. And I've been told, oh, that's a lot of work, but nobody's offered help. And of course, our hosting manual we update after every national, so we'll be doing that. I've been helping one of the members of the judging committee with the update to a couple of discipline-specific manuals that I'm probably a little more up to date on the rules or the understanding than some of the others, so I've been helping them with that. And yeah, and this coming year we have, well, actually I didn't really go and give too much thought to next year's plans. I know what I want to do, but I didn't know if I would get any money to help do them. We will be sending, we are sending already registered, ready to go for April to Belgium, a team of Canadians for the Indoor Skydiving Championships, including 4-way FS, 4-way VFS, junior freestyle Malachi, and 2D2W people. And then in Mondial in Russia, we have several challenges, rumors out of control. Rena mentioned that WADA, the World Anti-Doping Association thing will not affect the Mondial. So we have teams in all disciplines going, except CF. We don't have a team in CF. And the coronavirus is the current, like everybody thinks that Russia is going to be closed and all the rest. However, it's not till August. Maybe everybody will be better by then. So we're looking forward to that, and we thank the board for assistance with that. Bruce Robertson, I'm not sure if you know him. Would you stand up, Bruce? Bruce works for SunPath. He's a long time Canadian team member, skydiver. He went to the States he started in Ontario, went to the States many years ago. He was our head of delegation for teams in Australia last year, like 2018, and so he has volunteered to do it again in 2020. So I guess pending acceptance by the rest of my committee members, he will be it. And so we have that on the go, and of course the writing things and our usual things and record attempts that come in. That's what we're looking forward to. And yeah, that's about all I really have to say. And I wish I was a better speaker, but I'm not, so that's it. And I did it mostly without paper.
Does anyone have any questions for Barb?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, Barb. No? Okay. Tarek,
Hello, so
you're up.
So I'm gonna present from here, one slide. So I'm gonna talk about our previous accomplishment and our next goals for 2025.
Can't hear the
Okay,
IT guy.
so I'm gonna talk about previous accomplishment and our next goals. So this year we supported the internal system for the national office mainly by by installing a new server and updating the network speed. Brian helped a lot. Brian DiCanzo helped a lot with taking care of the PHP list, and for the end-time scoring system use, it was done by Brian Cole. So in the nationals and in the IS nationals at Sky Venture Montreal. For next year's goals, we're gonna hope to finish upgrading our file server replacement, and we're gonna do some more work in the end-time scoring system for Sky Venture Montreal and the National Judge. So I want to thank Brian Cole and Brian Senzo for helping me with the IT committee. And any questions?
FileMaker?
That's the file
Yeah, we're
server
gonna
coming this
upgrade
year.
it. This is the goal for next year.
This year.
This year, yeah, sorry.
Or 2020.
Have we?
Great job on all the issues that happened. You guys handled that beautifully. There was a lot.
So have we found a new program that we're gonna be able
Yeah.
to install and move over, and we're definitely doing it this
This year.
time? Oh, yes.
That's okay. Yeah.
Sorry, you're right.
There's a switch on the top.
What a great example for the IT committee.
No. Now?
Yeah,
there you go.
Okay. So my question is just to get a bit of clarification on FileMaker, and have you found a new program, and are we gonna be able to transition the information, and what's the ETA on that?
So we already have a new company helping us with transferring that. We're hoping to finish it in 2020. End of 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is gonna give us a lot more accessibility for the online, for the magazine, that's where my thought process is going, so, okay. 2020,
2020.
can I hold you to it?
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tarek. And I just want to say that this is Tarek's first year as our IT person, and he's done amazing. There have been some issues, and he's handled it like a champ. We got Brian Cole, guys. You're listening, Brian. We miss you. Judges Committee, Randy.
Today I'm Randy Holmes, the chair of the Judges Committee. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the committee itself. We currently have 4 positions filled, and that's with Rena Gallo, Vera Asquith, Neil McGrath, and myself. We have one vacancy in that Doreen Westgemmel has stepped down from the committee, and I'd like to formally thank her. She was part of the committee from its inception and has done an amazing job of kicking this committee off and sticking to it, because the first couple years there was a lot of very intense work to get it all rolling so that things are moving along quite smoothly now. The other point that I want to bring up to start with is to give you a feel for the size of the group of judges that we have in Canada. There's actually now only 12 active judges, and of those 12 judges, 8 of them are nationally rated in at least one discipline or more. We then have 4 other judges which are at slightly lower levels, and they're the judges that are trying to progress up to the point of becoming a national judge. Because of that small community and the financial stresses that CSPA is currently going under, we've decided that we can probably function right now with the current 4 judges, so we're not going to fill that vacancy at this point in time unless we come up with a specific project of some sort that may need a little bit extra horsepower, and then we'll reconsider that in years to come, depending on how the workflow goes. Effectively, then, we carry out our normal business. So as far as last year was concerned, we updated the PIM4B competition manuals for each of the disciplines based on the changes that occur at the international level. We review them and determine whether or not the changes they are making make sense for Canada and the skydiving that we do here. And then we incorporate them into our publications. And that goes the same for PIM4E and the Chief Judge's Manual that we keep. Our current issues. Effectively, the first 2 that we have here are judge's rating currency and the judge rating progression are somewhat linked in that the biggest challenge we have is the lack of competitions that we have in Canada. Because effectively we only run one national every 2 years, we don't have a lot of opportunities, especially at the lower levels, to be able to do competitions. And that makes it very difficult for the judges to maintain their currencies and for junior judges to work their way up to getting the experience they need in order to progress. So we spend a lot of our time trying to come up with ways of getting that experience to them. So that's a fair bit of what we look at. In the judge rating currency specifically, CP, now that we're potentially not going to be doing CP in Canada, it's very difficult to do that. And you pretty much have to do it on site. You cannot effectively, it's not a video judging discipline. We judge on site, so you almost have to be there, right? We've got AE and CF are 2 disciplines that we used to do a fair bit of, but that's not happening in the last couple of years. We haven't done any of that at the nationals on a level that we need in order to be able to maintain our disciplines significantly. And the other one, which is style. Now, style is off the books, but we still have judges. Style is still done internationally, so judges do have that rating, and we want to allow them to maintain it so that they can continue to get invited to international competitions. It maintains that relationship, and it allows them to build the relationship they need to be getting invited to other events internationally. The judge progression as a result of not having those disciplines, the only way we can really progress is you have to do various judgings on video, and we do that for all the disciplines where that makes sense. We're now going to start taking a look at specifically CP because it's going to be around for a while, and in order for us to maintain our qualifications in that area, what other potential options we have for viewing CP to maintain our currency at a level that we feel is acceptable to be a good judge. not all countries do that. So what we're probably going to do for the next year is extend our currency, because effectively at the end of December, many of our judges would lose their CP rating because we haven't judged CP in Canada in the last 3 years. And that's the window that we use as far as a gauge. A couple things that we're going to focus on in the next year. One of them being the review of jury requirements and policy. That's on direction from the board. We've had a meeting this past week at the start. The jury issue has been discussed, and we've come up with a principal plan on how we think we can improve the current policy and regulations. We've discussed that briefly with the CNTC chairman, and we will develop in a little more detail a proposal that we will pass to them in the next few weeks so that they can take a look at it, and together we will come up with a recommendation that we'll bring back to the board on how we can modify our rules so that we can effectively renew the policy and the use of juries in competitions, specifically the national competition here in Canada. It's quite a regular part of international and US competition, so it's just something that we haven't done in the last few years. The other thing that we're going to be focusing on, of course, due to the financial challenges that the CSPA is under, is continuing to look at the ways of doing things economically. Our committee has always tried to meet whenever we've got judges meeting for some other activity. For example, this year we met, we had our committee meeting on Tuesday, and then this week, then spent Wednesday and Thursday doing our seminar, where we brought in a few more judges to do that, and then everybody has stayed here now to be here for the AGM. So tying it with an AGM cuts down on the amount of airfare that we have to travel for some of us judges. We will be looking at doing the same thing when we have other meetings, specifically tying them to, for example, the indoor competition that happens every year, the Canadian National Indoor Skydiving, because we always have a few judges going to that. So if we can set up that for a opportunity for seminar. So we'll be looking at the occasions when we can have our one meeting. We're also going to look at the ability of trying to deliver that requirement, that training capability, to our other judges as they progress, because the opportunities for them to actually judge in the various positions they need to judge in order to advance and become national judges is very challenging. So we're going to start investigating some of the ways of getting them invited to various things, and or doing it through video conferencing, or even judging at different locations, but doing it at the same time. For example, having competition, and I know Brian Cole was very big on this in the past, having a competition in two different tunnels at the same time. We could then bring judges to the different tunnels and have one panel of judges, but they're judging what's going on in two tunnels at the same time. The technology is there, it's just that we would have to look at making sure that we've got all the bugs worked out and take advantage of that type of opportunity. The last thing I would like to do is talk a little bit about the judges. And as Barb mentioned, we've sent athletes to lots of competitions, world events this past year. Well, at the same time, we do that with the judges. And in many cases, it's our judges that are at some of those competitions. In some cases, our judges go to competitions where we don't necessarily have any Canadian athletes. So in this past year, for example, we sent 4 different judges, went to competitions, or I should say, were invited to competitions, because we don't get the opportunity to just send them. They have to be selected by the chief judge, who's internationally selected to run those events. To 7 different countries, and in fact they participated then in 13 different events. So in some cases it's FS and CP or that sort of thing at the same event. So that's quite good for considering the size of the judging community that we have and the number of judges that we can send out to other places in the world to gain that experience, and in fact, good on them because that gives them the validation and the currency that we need. Unfortunately, we can't do that with everybody. We have to at least get people to that national level so then they have the opportunity to gain the international qualifications that are required to get selected for those particular events and activities. And that's all I have. Are there any questions?
I'm gonna add a sidebar to this. Judging and officials is a part of long-term athlete development, which means that if you as a drop zone are running a skills camp or a training camp and you want to tie in some sort of little competition, you could apply for athlete development funding to cover the cost of the judges, thus helping to grow our judges and their certifications.
Thanks, Randy. Annalie, you're up for Campera.
Yay, Campera!
Campera!
Hi, guys.
Capital C.
Hello.
Hello.
I'll make it short and sweet, I promise.
No, long and drawn out.
That's what everyone wants on a Saturday morning. So this last year, we had a really good year actually. It felt like Campera was flowing a lot better. We had and produced 5 issues, which is standard. 4 of which were 48 pages, and 1 was at 52. Again, pretty standard, especially in those summer months when everyone has something to share. So it was really good. I noticed, as opposed to the 2018 year, there was a lot more people sharing stories, which was great. So I didn't have to do a lot of outreach. I would say that about 65% were all personal stories of people sharing their time, their adventures in skydiving, which is really great. And then all I had to do really was 35% of the time I was having to ask people to write articles or get in contact with certain drop zones after an event. Kind of sidebar to that, I noticed that drop zones don't send in a lot of articles, except for Parachute Montreal, which is great. They're like the best people, and they always have an article usually of an event that they posted every issue. So if there's a way to, get drop zones more involved, sharing their events, that would be awesome. Wink, wink. Yeah, this last year as well, we had a lot of photos. So people are sending in better photos it's always hard to get people to send in something. Usually it's a very small screenshot, which doesn't print well. So this past year, people sent in really great high resolution photos to the point that I actually couldn't print a lot of them. So one of my goals for 2020 is just getting more active on social media, both on Facebook and probably Instagram, just to share the photos that actually don't get published. So, work in progress. Be patient with me. Aside from that, Vic has continued, Vic de Francois, who is our graphic designer, he's been amazing as well. Scheduling wise, he's in another country most of the year, so, but he's been making it work, which is great, so he's been awesome. And our wonderful advertiser or managing of advertising, Ned Ambrose. She's been awesome. Ned, I'm going to put you on the spot for 2 seconds. I have your report in front of me.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it, or do you want to come up and talk about advertising for 2019?
You've got it.
Get up here now. All right, here we go. I'm reading. So for advertising for the year 2018-2019, in Ned's words, this year we held steady with our consistent advertisers and had a couple of local DCs advertise as well. Only 2 took advantage of the school discount we offer, which is unfortunate. Revenue remained very similar to the previous year. However, we had an increase of $2,500 over the previous fiscal year, which was great. Every penny helps. We know that Campera does not make the organization money, but the less we can offset the cost of the magazine, the better. The challenges we face are not having an online presence. Now you can touched on that before. We have lost 2 advertisers for that reason and have prevented more from joining. I am trying to look into an option of just having it on our website as a PDF to see if there is a potential for online advertisers to join us in that for the 1920 season. Beyond that, working with Vic and Analia, I believe the 3 of us make a great team. Aww. And we have all signed on for another year of the magazine, and I look forward to it. So, thanks, Ned. And aside from that, huge thank you to CSPA, specifically Michelle and Judy. You both have been very patient. I've messaged you guys a lot, so yeah, it's been great. Does anybody have any questions?
Just a side note to the online version of Campera. That's gonna fall. Just for the online version of the Campera. That will be coming as our server gets updated, which, as mentioned earlier, will be this year. So following that, the project will be to get a program that will host the Campera as in a magazine style flip page type of thing. And then you'll be able to put links in for your advertisers as well, which is what they'll want.
Yeah. Awesome.
So that's coming.
I actually had a sidebar with Ned about this, I don't know, a couple months ago, was that if we do want to go ahead with just a PDF on the website, that can be done. It's a switching to PDF mailing that cannot be done.
Yes.
So we can start going ahead with PDFs and hyperlinks. That's a discussion you guys have to have with Vic. So we just need to, the file size of the PDF can't be huge.
Yeah. It'll slow you down.
And
That's rented, right?
That was a TikTok. So one of the things that I'm trying to do, and I get on it and then I forget and then I get on it, but I get a lot of my travel magazines that are online, but they're nice because there's advertisers in them. And I'm trying to figure out what platform they use to do it and that's the big thing. Yeah, we can put the PDFs online and we can do the low res like the ones that we send out. When people blow them up, the pictures will get grainy or whatever, but at least it's a temporary fix. But that's what I'm hoping to do is it's a software that actually advertisers will advertise in, and it's a magazine and you just click a button and it changes the page, but it's not storing that 200 meg file or 2 gig file on the server. It does it a different way. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I've just been playing a bit of phone tag with them.
Gotcha.
That's kind of the goal that I'm hoping to do. And then we can get the online advertisers back on board and that sort of thing.
You and me will talk later.
Maybe I will.
Now you might drop.
Oh yeah, now I can mic drop. Yeah.
Any other questions or concerns? And go.
It's just the end.
Just the end.
Like literally just, yeah.
She's a little out of practice.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, guys.
Like literally just the
That's crazy.
The mic was off, right? That didn't go on one.
I don't know, he's right about it.
Thank you, everyone. I think it's easy to see that our committees have been incredibly busy this past year and continue to be busy. So I just personally wanted to take a minute to thank all of our committee chairs and every single person that volunteers for CSPA. Nobody forces any, well, sometimes we force. We beg. It's more begging than forcing. That's right, Barb. So I just wanted to take a minute to seriously thank everybody that volunteers for CSPA. Quite often it can be challenging and super rewarding at the same time. So those of you that stick with us, thank you. So now we have a motion. This motion is made by Fizzy Scott Evers and seconded by Dissenters. It is moved and seconded to adopt the following motion. Be it resolved that all reports be accepted as presented. Would any member like to debate this? Any opposed? Any abstentions? The affirmative has it. Motion is carried. Ian Flanagan, CSPA's treasurer. Could you come up and present the financial statements, please?
I better pee before we start. Money.
So I think everybody gets a copy of the financial statements with their package. I wanted just to go, sorry, I think everyone gets a copy of the financial statements with their package. There was a couple of things in it I wanted to highlight, and then any questions people have about that, I'm here to try answer. I think everybody knows that CSPA maintains 3 separate accounts, what we call the general fund, the defense fund, and the team fund. In any given year, the defense fund's only source of income is the interest that it earns on its accumulated savings and a contribution from drop zones. The team fund grows with a $5 contribution from each member that goes into what we call the endowment fund, and then individual donations that are given to the team. The general fund is everything else. It's the $89 that you as an individual member currently pay. The defense fund's expenditures depend on the number of claims that are made against it in any given year. This year, we made a little money in the defense fund because the claims were less than what it earned in interest and contributions. Some years we lose money. It just depends on how many people make claims. With the team fund, it had no expenses last year because the team fund only pays out in world meet years. So it shows a large profit, if you like, for the year ending 2019 because it has no expenses. It'll show a large loss for the year ending 2020 because it will have expended 2 years worth of income, if you like, for supporting world teams this year. The general fund is the one that's important because that's our actual operations. This is the balance sheet. It shows where we ended up in the year. So the defense fund has $199,190 in it. The team fund has $460,000 in it, but we're going to spend $33,000 of that roughly in 2020. It'll have income, but the income will be less than what we're going to expend on it. So the 2020 balance sheet will show a smaller number left in the team fund. We have no idea what claims will come in this year, so if the defense fund will go up or down will depend on how well you guys write your waivers. The general fund, what we're looking at here, as everyone knows, is a snapshot on November 30th. If you like, that's the high water mark of the year for CSPA in terms of money. Since November 30th, I've already taken $55,000 out of the savings account to the general account. CSPA's income comes in the summer. It doesn't have any income in the winter. In 2019, or the year ending November 30th, 2019, we started the year with $412,000 in the savings account. The low was reached in May when we were down to $315,000. So we need $100,000 in float, if you like, to be able to carry the association through the winter. By the end of the year, we'd gone from that low of $315,000 back up to $404,000 because that's when the income comes in. Our expenses come early in the year and the income's late in the year, so we need to maintain a float of $100,000. So when you're looking at the numbers from November 30th, it looks like we're really rich. We've got, $406,000 in the bank, but we need 100 of that just to carry on. So it's really a reserve of about 300,000. Any questions about the balance sheet? we slip to the income, this deferred liability saves you can blame Monique for and then ignore. Here we go. So we have our income. Again, so dealing with the easy one, the defense fund is $7,250 donated. That just came strictly from drop zones paying for access to the defense fund. The team fund, 3,100 members times $5 is the $15,520 that went into the endowment fund. That's the amount that never gets spent. It's just there, slowly growing. The interest that that fund earns is what is actually paid out to a team. So this year, it earned $9,000. It earned $9,000 roughly last year, so there's $18,000 that will be spent this year on teams. In addition to the interest, there is $5,400 in other donations that come with your membership where people give some money. Again, just for roughish numbers, that was about the same last year. That's how we're gonna have $33,000 to spend on the team. If we look at our income statement, you can see that the major source of revenue is individual affiliation fees, the $89 a piece. When we're looking at increasing revenue, just to kind of put things in perspective, we lost about $11,000 this year in the general fund. That works out to $3.61 per member. A $5 increase in the membership fee would wipe out the deficit. We have to again use round numbers, we have 25 schools that join CSPA. If we increase their membership by $1,000 a school, we'd only still generate $25,000. We increase the individual membership $5, we raise $15,000. We raise it 10, we raise $30,000. So if you're looking for a source of new revenue for the association, the only place we're really going to get it, and it's a matter that's significant, is membership fees. If we slip down to the expenses, it's good. You can see that we had $4,800 in claims this year against the defense fund. That's why it went up, made a little bit of money, made $6,500. And the team fund had no expenses because we won't pay that out till this year. If we're looking at the expenses of the association, it's obvious that wages and benefits are the major expense of the association. They're not going to go down. Insurance is made up of two amounts. The liability insurance that provides every member with $3 million worth of coverage was $50,000 last year. That works out to about $16 per member. So for $16 per member, you're getting $3 million worth of liability insurance. It's a huge deal. It's a massive deal. We should be able to sell CSPA memberships on the basis of that number alone. It's a staggeringly good deal. Campera cost $62,000, but it also generated $25,000 in revenue. So anyway, it worked out to $12 a member to have Campera. For 5 issues, it was about $2.40 per issue of Campera, which again I think is also an amazingly good deal. It's irksome that we pay that much in bank charges. That's just PayPal. We don't actually pay service charges at the bank. We have enough money that we get a service charge free account. But we're paying 2.2% of the gross revenue of CSPA to PayPal because nobody pays with anything except credit cards anymore, and that's that. when we look at our expenses, if we're trying to get rid of that deficit, which really was only $11,000 because of the deferred revenue calculation that it's 19. The actual deficit was 11. But anyway, don't worry about that. There isn't much there that I see that we can save any money on. The big chunk of that, 60% of it, is fixed costs that aren't going down. It's rent, it's salaries, it's insurance, it's those types of things. We don't want to pare away from the other services that CSPA provides, in my opinion, because that's what makes CSPA worthwhile. So we're not going to get rid of the deficit by cutting. It isn't going to happen. We're going to have to raise revenues. Yep.
Where's the switch on this thing?
On the top.
Well, that looks like that's on, yeah. I tried to make a payment to CSPA using an e-transfer, and I was told that the bank didn't accept it, so I couldn't make an e-transfer. I think you should look at your bank account or bank services and see if you can use e-transfers, because the charge for an e-transfer is minimal.
I don't know, Neil, but I think part of the problem is that then the bookkeeping, keeping track of who sent in an e-transfer is much more complicated than went through the PayPal system.
Well, I know when I use my e-transfer, I get a notice showing who's
No, but
from.
it's the system the office uses then to issue your membership card and all that sort of stuff. It's all tied into the PayPal system. Tariq could explain it to you better than me, but the difficulty is that you end up having to make bookkeeping entry for deals $89, as opposed to what we do now is I make a single entry at the end of the month for all of the revenue that comes into PayPal.
Well,
it's also the web page interface.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. I'll sidebar that. Our current bank, as Ian says, we don't pay fees because we have a certain amount of money. And yes, we could switch banks, but I don't think it would make much of a difference because we'd still be paying fees. But our bank is looking at doing, so the issue is we can't do wire transfers or e-transfers because we have a business account, but they are looking at putting that as a function for business accounts. The last I heard, I think it was a few months ago, they said they were going to start doing that. Whether or not that's, I still think the majority of people are going to pay by credit card. But I think, you know, it's not that we're not opposed to it, we don't have the function, but as far as I know it's coming. When it comes, then we will have more discussions with the board and the treasurer about whether or not we want to accept it.
Yeah, it's just a cost. There's a cost to us dealing with the transaction, and you know the bookkeeper for CSPA lives in Alberta, and so it's already a bit of a pain because of the distance and having, you know, I'm open to whatever we can do to save on that $10,000 because it just hurts me to give it to the PayPal, but I just mentioned it as an expense that is typical of the expenses there. We have really no choice to cut them down. They're what they are. As Michelle mentioned, insurance is going to go up. If it goes up 30% over the next 2 years, that's an additional $15,000, which sounds like a lot of money until you divide it by 3,100. And then you go, gee, it's $5 a member to maintain having $3 million worth of liability coverage, which is an amazingly good deal. The concern is that we don't want CSPA membership to become too expensive so people don't join. The answer is that a drop zone that lets you jump without CSPA membership and its associated $3 million coverage is run by people who can't read. It is just a really, really, really bad idea for the drop zone to do that. So the enforcement, if you like, and the drop zones are already paying $1,300 for you to be a member. So they're making their contribution to the association, that they have to go to you, that they're making $3 on a high jump maybe, and say you gotta pay $10 for the CSPA so that you have the insurance, is pretty much a no-brainer to me. But anyway, that will be up to each drop zone. I don't want to belabor anything. Does anybody have any other questions about what's up there or want to know? The insurance is $75,000 because there's also a life insurance policy that costs $22,000 that's funded by a donation from a member that covers the whole cost of it. So it's an in and out, and that's a donation to CSPA. So the insurance cost that we're actually paying is $50,000 for the liability insurance, and then $3,000 for the office insurance. You know, the liability insurance, the general insurance that you have to have for the association. Any questions about that? This afternoon or later today or this morning, the board will present you with a budget that they have for the next year. It includes a deficit, and while I'm not wild about deficits, I also understand that we don't really need to have as much money as a reserve as we do. I would like to see at least $100,000 in the bank at all times as a float to cover things, and another $200,000 to cover a bad year. You know, SARS or coronavirus, something like that comes along. We have a big dip in revenue. We don't want to be suddenly panicking. We need to have a comfortable reserve. I think a comfortable reserve is at least 200,000. 100,000 floats. We need, so we're basically, that's what we're at now when you come to 5 months from now when we finish depleting money from the account to get us through the winter. So the amount of money that we have now, I think, is just about right. Maybe we can come down a little bit. The board's going to present a budget that will include a deficit for the upcoming year, which will reduce the amount of reserve that we have in the bank. I don't believe we should reduce it dramatically from where we're at. We can afford to reduce it a little bit. We don't really need as much padding as we have, but we don't want much less padding than what we have. The other thing that comes up at this part is where you have to accept and approve the financial statements and then recommend or appoint the auditors for next year. And I just want to throw in my 2 cents on the auditors. They do a great job. They work really hard with us to be able to have the financial statements available for a meeting that follows so shortly after the financial year. So I will be recommending that we retain the same firm, appoint them as auditors for the 2020 year. And any questions about that? Or what's in the financial statements? That's it, I'm done.
Thank you, Ian. So now we will have a motion. This motion is made by Skydive South Saskatchewan and seconded by Manitoba Sport Parachute Association. Be it resolved that the November 30th, 2019 financial statements compiled by St. Arnaud Pinsent Steeman, hope I said that right, be accepted as presented. Does any member wish to debate this? Any opposed? Any abstentions? The affirmative has it and the motion is carried. And so, as Ian said, the next order of business is to appoint the auditors for this fiscal year. This motion has been made by the Alberta Sport Parachute Association and is seconded by Skydive Manitoba. It is moved and seconded to adopt the following motion. Be it resolved that St. Arnaud, Pinsent, Steeman be appointed as auditors for the fiscal year December 1, 2019 to November 30th, 2020. Does any member wish to debate this? Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? The affirmative has it, and the motion is carried. So next on the agenda, and you might notice that your agenda had this before. Don't be confused, it's supposed to be now. Is special business. So these are member proposals submitted in accordance with PIM 3. However, this year there were none received. So we can move on to the next portion of the AGM.
Woo! Oh, it's a break.
Favorite part.
Which is.
Oh wait, no, it's not.
Oh, here comes Pat. It's not a break now.
Yeah.
That's what
It's kind of a.
No, that is not a lie. We will now be taking a lunch break. For those of you staying to listen to seminars, they'll begin in about 5 or 10 minutes, and we will have time allocated after to grab a bite to eat. For those of us not staying for the seminars, I'm going to ask that we leave the room and take our conversations outside so as to not disrupt the seminars. And Michelle?
Can you tell us what the seminars are by chance?
Yeah, as soon as we're
I
back to.
sure can in a moment. So we have 2 seminars by the CWC. What is CSPA doing to keep up with all the developments in our sport, and making the best use of tunnel training as part of a progression program. We also have.
That's after. That's it.
That's it.
No, that's after the AGM.
Sorry. I'm new. Be nice.
There
Okay, go eat and listen to seminars.
1:15.
Do things. 1:15, we're gonna reconvene, please. Thank you.
That's in That part is later on once we officially announce it.
Okay, so you scheduled it out.
Yes.
Not everybody knows.
The members know that. Only the members.
Especially this time.
But it's part of her presentation after lunch, after we finish the interview.
I just want to say hi. Hi.
Yeah, I know. Can we do it later? I have to go meet.
Okay, now they're here. Okay, and I did for you like lady, but now you can.
That's good. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It's a pretty neat spot. This is our first year operating.
Barb.
All 3,500 applicants.
So they just put a report last week. We have no lunch. Okay. Hi.
How are you?
Present.
Tim. Yeah, Tim's been by this one. So.
Oh, Brad. Jasmine.
Okay. Wherever you want to go then.
You did it last year.
Michelle said I'm supposed to use my big girl voice and tell people to either shh or leave the room. So this is going to be relatively short. I have 2 subjects, and if you're interested, you're more than welcome to stay. And if you're not, you're more than welcome to stay.
I can't take my chair.
Yeah, it's got your key. Yes. Keep the president happy.
Lord, you don't have to leave.
That's what Bob goes
I feel like we should all go like sit in front of you.
Yeah, I think that you should come sit in front of me because then I'm not talking to like Dave and Anna over there. That'd be awesome. And then I could turn the microphone off maybe. It should be way less weird. Am I? Okay. All right.
The internet's watching.
The internet's watching, I know, and apparently the internet's watching forever, I was told, which is super exciting for me.
That was at the AGM last year.
Apparently. So the subject that we decided to talk about was basically the pace of development in our sport, which has been spectacular in the last few years. I just wanted to address some of the changes in our sport and how the coaching committee is trying to do something about that. So our sport's changing very fast. We have new disciplines popping up left, right, and center. Did you know that wingsuit dynamic is a thing? I didn't until last year. Speed flying is now a thing, like straight, like fast falling. There's all sorts of new disciplines popping up all the time, which is incredible. We're seeing amazing body flight, right? You watch some of these people in the tunnels, wow, like this would not even have been conceivable 6 or 7 years ago that people can do this. There are exponential improvements in canopy design, canopy performance. There's new wingsuits popping up all the time, new disciplines popping up all the time. So, and anyone can look and find examples of amazing performance on YouTube and on the interweb and on the TikTok and the YouTube and the Insta and whatever the cool kids are doing these days, I have no idea. But what they're seeing is the end result of years and years and years of hard work and training. And it looks so easy. So let's go try it. So this Dunning-Kruger effect has been out there on the Insta and the TikTok and the Facebooks lately. And it's kind of neat, right? So it's just the effect that your level of confidence when you begin and you know nothing is really, really high. And then as you realize some things and you get a little bit better, your confidence level actually goes down because you start to know what you don't know. And then as you improve a little bit more, you start to figure out that you do know some things and your level of expertise actually increases, and then your confidence increases. So that would be the hot zone, right? This is clear. This is the danger zone. New jumpers can see the possibilities, and it looks so easy because they can see it on the TikTok. And they're looking for information, and they're looking for training and resources on how to do these amazing things. And they want to get from A to Z like right away. So what can we do in the face of all this change to help people get past this danger point? How can CSPA keep up? How should we keep up? But how can we possibly even hope to keep up? We're a volunteer-run organization. We have a teeny-weeny budget. We have no way of staying near the leading edge, never mind like ahead of the leading edge. It's just not going to happen. But how can we still, try to help people try all these new things as safely as possible? So the first thing that the coaching committee looked at, actually, I'm going to step backwards. CSPA, the judging committee, we heard from Randy earlier, right? And from Barb as well on the competition side. And they do an amazing job of keeping up with all these new disciplines that I had never even heard of. So that is one of the ways that CSPA keeps up. From the coaching committee side, we have the Coach 3 program. So we're in phase 1 right now, where we have provided some information. We started with the high impact areas, and I use that word in all of its possible senses. Right? So we've published the Coach 3 CP and Coach 3 wingsuit manuals, and sort of separately we published the Sport Canopy endorsement guidance as well, which is information, right? So the knowledge now, the knowledge gap has been at least in part filled. We have Coach 3 free flight in production as well. So the intent with these is to provide guidance on safe and appropriate progression, because some of the disciplines are new. So how do you safely guide people through the steps? We are not trying to replace the years and years of experience of actual coaches with a book. That's not what we're doing. We're just trying to lay out a progression program. So that's where phase 2 comes in, right? That was phase 1. Provide the information. Phase 2 is identify the experts. In order to give this program a push out the door, we've identified a list of individuals who are both subject matter experts, ninjas, and who can also coach, right? Because it's important to be able to do both if you're going to be a Coach 3. You not only need to be able to fly good, you need to be able to actually coach it. I want to talk about canopy piloting. So we have 3 disciplines under development right now: canopy piloting, wingsuiting, and free fly. For canopy piloting, I just want to correct a possible misconception. We're all canopy pilots. Yeah? So a Coach 3 canopy piloting does not need to be able to win a medal, but they do need to be able to understand canopy flight, flight dynamics, and be able to demonstrate those skills. We see the Coach 3 canopy piloting as picking up where the Coach 2 leaves off. So for those of you that are Coach 2s, the kind of the stepping point is where you start to build speed. For wingsuits, the issues we were looking at, we wanted to encourage first flights to be taken from people who are qualified to teach first flight. We understand that different aircraft require different approaches and different exits. The jump planning is far more three-dimensional. It's not linear anymore. It's in a plane. And the wingsuits themselves are getting bigger, faster, stronger every day.
Would you put them at the canopies as well? Because obviously there's issues with different canopy uses with wingsuit. Some more dangerous than others.
Right. So that's one of the
DCs
things.
don't know.
Exactly, and that's one of the things that a Coach 3 wingsuit should be able to do is identify those emergency procedures and just non-emergency procedures that change when you put the wingsuit on. Free fly, by its very definition, means so many things. Our main goal here is to lay out an appropriate progression path so that we're not, leaving our PFF program and doing our front loops and back loops and then going to go head down the track. Because we have some intermediate steps we should really take in the meantime. The next phase is to roll these programs out. So for canopy piloting, we're a fair ways along. We've put out the sport canopy endorsement material, which is for Coach 2s and Coach 3s to use. And there are specific skills that are listed in that sport canopy endorsement, which we would eventually like to see move into the endorsement card itself, right? So right now, it's like we sign off as SSEs, skills suitable for a BCOP or a CCOP. And what we'd like to do is spell those out. So we've spelled them out, they're in the endorsement, but we haven't quite said yet, you must do these things. We're just kind of suggesting. But we're moving in the direction of you must. So that's where we're heading with that one. For free fly, we have the ground briefing, right? We would like to move in the direction of making that a required endorsement as opposed to a sort of softer suggestion. And that there will be some kind of progression path where you need to demonstrate your skills in one attitude before you switch to another attitude and before you start adding movement to things. We do recognize that not every drop zone is going to have an expert in everything. That's not really possible. So Coach 2s will continue to be able to sign things off in the meantime as the Coach 3 is slowly phased in. And we will make sure that there is system capacity before we even think about taking away a Coach 2 signature and making anything Coach 3 only, right? Because not everyone can be good at everything. For those of you who are interested, the Coach 3 wingsuit, canopy piloting, and free fly are on the interweb. So you can look on the CSPA website for that information. And we have built a good list. We're pretty happy with it, but we are still looking for suggestions. So we're interested in hearing from people across Canada. Some areas are a bit underserved in various disciplines, so there may be people that we don't know that we should be considering. And not every drop zone has experts in everything, so we understand that. That did bring up an interesting thought yesterday, though. We were saying, well, not every small drop zone has an expert in everything. Not every small drop zone has someone who could be a Coach 3 free fly. And so I thought, well, that's nice. But then who's coaching the kids who are going free flying anyway? Right? If you don't have a coach who can coach them, it's the TikTok, right? And that's not great.
I'll show you. 40,000.
It's really
40,000.
Thank you. That is the end of phase 1.
Yay.
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions, comments?
I was just gonna say, I think it's really good that we're looking at some of the free fly stuff and just progression. I mean, me being a new jumper, I don't know how many people are like, oh, you should go backfly right now. I'm like, really? Because I can't even do it like a 4-way or like, there's so much I can't. And so just having some, and even being able to give some direction to people who want to learn free fly or wingsuit or any of that kind of stuff. So it's nice that there's actually now, as a DZO, there's something that we'll be able to say, look at this progression plan. And that's good, that's great. It'll keep our sky ever safer.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty frightening when you see people unable to do basic belly formations in proximity on the easiest orientation, and they think that they're going to make their lives better by going and trying it with added speed. So, the Coach 3 free fly, just for your information, is not out yet. It is in production, so that's being worked on. So, Joe.
I believe I saw one of the requirements for Coach 3 is it taking competitions?
Possibly.
I just want to ask if that's a similar requirement for Coach 3 canopy pilot.
Yeah, so right now, because Coach 3 there's no course for Coach 3, right? You go get good at what you're doing, and you be good at coaching by being a coach too, you put those two things together and we have someone that we would call an expert. But because we aren't evaluating the Coach 3 skills, we had to come up with another way to prove your competence in those skills. So at the moment, it was by performing, either in a competition or a record, like demonstrating performance. We are looking at having more like an evaluation jump kind of situation where you can demonstrate skills outside of the competition. So right now, it says 2 judged events or competitions, but
For both mainstream and canopy parking.
that's correct. So it's just the complicating factor is we need to develop the evaluation criteria, right? And then we need to figure out a way to evaluate it. So we're working on it.
And I guess to Joe's point, considering there's no CP competition that's happening in Canada, we're basically not.
I wouldn't say there's no CP competitions happening in Canada. I would say there's no nationals happening for a variety of reasons, but there are regional CPs happening still. Okay. So the next subject is using the tunnel effectively.
Monique, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Can I please have that previous page come up? I'm sending this to some of our helpers.
It's on the website.
It's on the CSPA website. So these are not complete words, Joe. This is shortened for the slide.
Yes.
So your best bet is to look at the CSPA website.
Can we take a picture of Joe?
Or that.
Pin one.
Thank you.
Monique, I saw some, I can't remember where, but something about being grandfathered into the Coach 3 program. That's still something that's being worked on.
Yeah. So we have a list right now. We've developed a list in all 3 disciplines, and we're just preparing to send out an email to people basically saying you've been identified as a rock star.
I thought it'd be
I
just
am
as an
video
overnight, so grandfather clause.
Nothing to do with our elderly age here.
I am not getting an invite for that one.
But if, as I said, we are open to adding more names to that list within reason. Any other comments on Coach 3 and?
I assume you're looking at that across Canada too. It's not gonna be like a whole bunch of people out of Montreal or.
Yeah,
It's like-
the problem that we ran into, Allison, was that what we came up with as a free fly requirement is pretty challenging. And the tunnel does assist in the development of those skills. So the people we identified who could meet those requirements, there are more of them out east, right? It's just the facts. So we are actively looking for people who could meet the criteria out west, and we're working to figure out who those people might be. But it is a shorter list.
Absolutely.
So it's just up to us to step up our game, right?
That's where you apply for LTAD
Yeah.
to bring these coaches out to your drop zone. Nice plug.
Okay, so next subject is using the tunnel effectively. We have a windy tube of happiness here, right? I actually met the manager of the tunnel yesterday. He came up for the social study meet and greet. And he tells me that there are people from your drop zone who are asking them for a program, which is interesting.
It's a two-way street if nobody knows which direction
Yeah.
they're driving.
Well, you know what, over the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna tell you which way to drive.
Good.
Yeah. So the tunnel can be obviously a great training tool if it's used correctly. It is best when it's integrated as part of a drop zones program. If you just throw unstructured time at a student, you can be ineffective and you can actually be potentially dangerous. So just to tell you a little story, at a drop zone, which shall remain nameless, not in this province, I was just there and there was a student who was struggling. He was a bit of a spinner. They'd release him, he'd go around, he'd get scared. So they decided to send him to a tunnel, which was about 2 hours away. And so off he went, and he did 6 or 8 minutes of first flight tunnel. And he came back, and then he went for a skydive, and they let him go, and he spun around, because he didn't learn anything, right? They didn't send him with a plan, a structure, learning outcomes, any kind of support, that just off he went, right? So you can throw time and money at a problem, and have it not solve the problem. So tunnel is not a fix for everything. So in a student program, ideally you want 2 sessions of about 10 minutes within the same day. You want to do it within the week of your first jump course, so like a Wednesday, Thursday, flowing into Saturday kind of thing. So it's timed as part of a unit. You need to work as a team with the tunnel instructors. So the tunnel instructors need to know what are the skills and expectations. The tunnel driver themselves are part of the team. They regulate the airflow. Your student needs to stay at the right level because they're very, very new. And the student needs to stay between hips and shoulders, tunnel height. So the tunnel driver is responsible for that. For the safety of everyone in the tunnel instructor is in charge of the sessions, not me as a PFF instructor, but the tunnel instructor. And for ourselves as PFF instructors, we need to consider whether we have the skills to be in the tunnel with student or not. Our personal skills, in terms of working with a student in the tunnel as PFF instructors, we need to be able to walk and kneel. We need to be able to transition from belly to stand. We need to be able to get out of the way if the tunnel instructor needs to do something with the student. We need to be able to manage the slow airspeed, right? Because the tunnel driver will keep the student between hips and shoulders, and if the student is not arching, that is going to be slow. So we need to be able to cope with that elegantly. And we need to be able to give signals and communication. We still need to follow all the steps, right? So using my earlier example where we just kind of threw some airtime at a problem, no. We, as instructors and coaches, we brief our jumps. We dirt dive our jumps, and we debrief all our jumps. We need to brief, dirt dive, and debrief all of our flights as well. The tunnel sessions require some kind of warm-up. We need to manage the students' stress. We need to manage the students' expectations. In 20 minutes, are they going to come out as ninjas? No ma'am, they're not. And then we need to brief the tunnel instructors as we would brief a pilot, basically. And we should use a whiteboard to kind of plan our time. Outcomes. A lot of you are SSIs, right? So if we put on our SSI hat, outcomes, at the end of the session, the student will be able to demonstrate, explain, execute. So we apply our SSI skills to the tunnel sessions. So the skydiving instructors and the tunnel instructors need to agree on the outcomes for the session. We need to evaluate their skills against some defined standard, what is good enough, and we need to have a plan to communicate the outcomes of the tunnel session to the school, right? If the PFF instructor isn't at the tunnel, there needs to be some kind of communication plan there so that we know when we're getting into the air what we're dealing with. Same slide. In terms of the actual outcomes, I think we all know there are as many variations of the PFF program as there are drop zones in Canada. Everybody does something just a little bit special, and that's okay. So developing the outcomes for a PFF student is actually not the tunnel's responsibility. They can execute on those, they're great coaches, but we as school operators or PFF instructors need to decide what is it that we want the people to come out of the tunnel with and set that up. And also the wheel has been invented. It's been invented, it's been tested, it's been driven around a racetrack a few times. So you don't need to reinvent this wheel. It's actually laid out in the PFF reference manual in a fair level of detail. And yeah, we'll talk about it some more. Having said that, the iFly group at Calgary hasn't yet invented that wheel, right? So
part of that issue is it's built of new instructors.
yes.
So they simply don't know how to do it. There's
Yeah.
a couple guys that are qualified to do this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But it's a work in progress there.
Totally. So what are those outcomes at the end of this session? The student should be able to. So just to set the stage, the tunnel instructor will do the first flight or maybe the first 2 flights, just for familiarity and safety. And they'll set the students up so that they can hold a heading and maintain their body position, more or less. The first couple flights are to stay in the center of the tunnel and hold your level. So we're teaching them just a little bit of arch and flatten, chin up, extend your legs, don't extend your legs. Next, we introduce heading control. Now, the technique that they teach at the tunnel is a little different than what we want our skydivers to use, right? So that needs to be part of the briefing with the tunnel staff, where the tunnel will teach like a kind of a more long, narrow body position with kind of like a hand turn. For our in-air purposes, we want it to be a little bit different than that. So we want to make sure that we're communicating that and the tunnel instructors are teaching to that. And then as we go through the flight, we're going to add a little bit of precision and a bit of level control and work up to larger turns. We also want to build in some forward and backwards. In the tunnel, you know how far forward you move because there's a wall. In the air, we don't. So we really want to emphasize for the students that they need to be feeling what's going on with the back of their bodies. Couple more outcomes levels, right? So they want to be able to just gently go up and down within their little safe zone. Practice pulls are a thing, but what happens when a student first tries a practice pull? They may get unstable. They're not necessarily going to roll over. We hope that they don't, but they're certainly going to turn, right? And they don't want to, so this is going to be confusing. So we need to be a little bit careful with practice pulls that we set the expectation up correctly, and we don't need to flog it to death because in air we're going to be on them for their first couple tries because that's the way the program is built in the air. And then of course, you know, just good general coaching, manage their stress, challenge them when they're doing really well, reassure them if they're not doing really well. And use the mesh as a tool. So Pierre-André, who helped me develop these slides, so they used to start everybody on the mesh, and then they stopped doing that because it just wasn't necessary for everyone, right? If the tunnel driver is keeping really good control of the airflow to keep them in their safe place, starting them on the mesh just made them a little more confused when they got off the mesh. So they generally try to start people just flying, and it works for like 80%. And then, but the mesh is still a tool, right? If people have an uncontrolled turn or they're unable to cope, or they're just confused, or they just need a break, or they just need everything to just stop for just a moment, we can totally put them on the mesh and give them that breathing time and hold their hands and smile a lot, right? And reassure them, fix something, and then bring the air back. The tunnel is also fantastic for us, right? Us as coaches. We can use the tunnel to refine our own body position and skills. It's incredibly unforgiving and it's awesome. So take some camps, right? Learn or relearn your belly skills, depending on where you're at. Because your students will mimic your bad habits. It's incredibly awesome how they do it. If you have a bad habit, you will see it reflected in the mirror. It's great. Definitely sit in on a first flight briefing so that you know all the safety tips that they're being told and how to get in and how to get out so that you understand what they're being told by the tunnel instructors. And watch, right? It's a fishbowl. It's a beautiful, beautiful fishbowl to just sit there and learn and watch and practice your skill analysis and see how the signals are going. It's great. And that is all. Well, thank you for your time.
Mic drop.
I mean, you wish you'd recorded the evidence you dropped the mic.
Yes, that would be.
Great TikTok.
Yeah, Dave, I did have a talk with Rob Brown
Rob.
yesterday.
He's now known as the iFlag guy.
Yeah, the iFlag guy. He's very nice.
He is. He was
He's
really
nice.
He's really
Super
interesting.
excited. Like,
He's been in sales for a long time.
He really has. His approach to everything is really interesting to hear him use these words like product development,
Welcome back, everyone. Did everyone eat food and happy now?
Yay!
And how are the seminars? So I can
It was
stay.
awesome. Thank you, Minnie. Thank you, Minnie.
Excellent.
They're very good.
So now I'm going to ask Michelle and Ian to talk about the budget.
Yay.
So you heard me talk about how we're in a financial deficit. You heard Ian talk about how we're in a financial deficit. You heard us talk about how our insurance fees are going to climb and climb and climb. And now we're going to tell you, I get to sit up here and tell you all the bad news.
Moving forward news.
In 2020, you're going to see an increase to COP fees. It's been over 10 years. We're moving the price up to $50, effective as soon as the forms are released, probably next week or the week after. We're also going to increase EJR fees up to $50 so they coincide with COPs. We are not increasing the rating fees. We are going to start a new trial on temporary affiliations for foreign certified skydivers. So that would be in line with something that a lot of other countries do. So it would be a 3-month affiliation for $35. It does not include a team endowment fund contribution. It would only be done through paper application until we have a new system that could manage it. You would only get a PDF card, not a physical copy. And you would not get a Campera, and you cannot be issued any COPs or ratings on a temporary affiliation. It is literally just insurance for 3 months. Anybody have any questions on that concept?
Great idea. That's great.
We're gonna try it out and we'll reevaluate next year and see what happens. But the key wording is foreign certified skydivers. Has nothing to do with residency. So if you have a USPA jumper who lives in Canada and your drop zone requires a higher insurance liability, they can apply for this. If you have jumpers coming from France or England or Australia and you want them to have a CSPA affiliation, this is gonna be your avenue.
So if it's paper only and they come to your drop zone, when they fill out the paperwork and give you the $35 for you to send in, and then it's good, or
So
how does this work?
it'll work exactly like the PDF affiliation forms that you have right now. So as a drop zone, you would have copies of the form, you would have them fill it out, they put in their credit card information on it, and it's considered valid the second you email it to the office.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Maybe just leave the microphone on now.
Okay.
But this is way more fun.
And just to be clear, the reason why we're doing a paper only right now is because our current system is not set up for this, but as soon as we have the new system, we can program it to potentially have this online.
Oh, there we go.
Is this a one-time only membership, or can somebody reapply after the 3 months?
We are gonna say that they can reapply right now, and then we'll see if people are starting to take advantage of it. But I know a lot of people come for, I'll use Quebec as a very good example. We get people that come from France for 6 months at a time. So we want them to be able to take advantage of that. If we see that the trend is that our own jumpers are taking advantage of it, then we'll see. But I think for the most part, we're gonna try it. I don't know that we're gonna get a whole lot of them. So it's gonna be a trial year and we'll go from there.
I was kind of going to ask the same question, just obviously we get staff who are here working from other countries and stuff like that, so this is something that they can do, and could they get 6 months? Who are jumpers? Does that not work that way? Like if I have a jumper who's from Europe, and he's here with us for 6 months, can he do 3 months and 3 months?
Depends what role he's working for you in. If he's working as an actual like PFFI instructor, a packer, I would say it's fine. Yes.
Yeah. So if they're here for 6 months, they can do that.
You would get 2-3 months. Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, the key thing here is it's gonna be a foreign certified instructor. They cannot achieve any ratings. I mean skydiver, I meant to say skydiver, sorry. It means that they do not have any Canadian ratings, nor can they achieve any with the temporary permit. Not having any Canadian ratings, they can't do any Canadian instruction.
No, I get that.
But the
Yeah.
packing would be
No, the
fine.
packing, that's a
Packing would
different,
be fine.
Okay.
And I think.
But what about a tandem instructor who's here
Oh, he was
for
saying the same
tandem,
thing, okay, good.
but also a skydiver?
yeah, so they could join under the temporary, but their instructor rating is technically falling under whatever their foreign membership is. So that's the different, because we don't have it rated.
As long as they can do the 6 months if
Yes.
they're in Canada.
Yeah, we're gonna leave it and then we'll see what happens after a year. Any other questions on temporary affiliations?
How does this affect our relationship with ISC and other countries, like we go and jump in other countries? When we jump in the United States, certain places ask you to buy a $29 membership. Some places agree with ours. So they have an insurance, do we look at their kind of insurance and determine whether or not it's good for us?
So this is unrelated, what you're asking is an insurance question. As it stands right now, the only issues I've heard about our insurance not being accepted are a couple drop zones in the United States. And the reason for that is we do not have an equivalent policy with the United States, and it's something that we're working on. The major thing that is not equivalent is the fact that our insurance doesn't include aircraft damage, and USPA's does to a maximum of their $50,000. So one of the things we're actually looking for on the market is for a $3 million policy with a $50,000 aircraft damage policy included in it. So that we could have an equivalent with the US policy, and only then will USPA send something to their drop zones that says we fully endorse and recognize CSP's insurance. Until that point in time, even if they did that, it's still the drop zone's decision if they want to accept it. Just as it is with our Canadian drop zones, they can choose to accept USPA members, they can choose not to.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the part of the reason why we brought this up is because USPA jumpers are jumping in Canadian drop zones without as much liability insurance. So when we say that our insurance isn't equivalent to theirs, it's just, it doesn't have that one element of the aircraft damage. Other than that, our insurance is better with $3 million worth of liability coverage versus the $50,000 or $60,000 that USPA does that may or may not cover anything that happens in Canada.
So if I get it right, the only cost to CSPA for this membership would be the $16 fee that it costs for the insurance
Which
and
we're
the small
paying anyway.
processing fee for PayPal and your time.
Correct.
Excellent deal.
This is comparable, so just for example, the US has $30 US dollars for 3 months. So that's kind of what the key was we needed to make it equal to that, because otherwise visitors here will just join with USPA temporarily. So we needed to make it kind of on the same market. That was the goal with that price.
Is this something that's gonna be mandatory for the drop zones, or is it still DZO?
Nope.
Like, are we gonna encourage
You
foreign
can encourage
jumpers
it,
to get
but
this?
drop zone owners can make their own decisions.
Okay.
We're just putting it out there as an option now. All right, now it's more bad news. Moving forward positively, it says 2021, but remember that we have a really weird fiscal year that makes no sense. So technically starting December 1st, 2020, school fees for the drop zones are gonna go up by $25. As Ian said, it's just a small amount, it's not gonna make a huge difference in revenue, but it's been quite a good chunk of years since those fees have gone up as well. So we're just moving them up $25 to an even $300. The last point, affiliation fees. Pardon?
105.
That's a typo, my bad. I had typed that when we had. Okay. So currently fees are $94. You heard Ian talk about the increase to insurance, how much that's gonna cost us per jumper over the next couple of years. When we had all these financial discussions months ago, we were adamant that we didn't want to increase affiliation fees and we would do whatever we could to avoid doing that. We are now at the point where we don't have a choice. So we are taking a big jump and we are going to increase fees by $11 as of December 1st, 2020. So that's a typo, fees are gonna be $105 per affiliation, with still the $5 contribution going to the team endowment fund. So CSPA will take in $100, so that'll give us some extra revenue. Just for perspective, and Ian will show you the budget, we're still projecting a deficit, but it's much better. Before we did this affiliation fee increase, next year's deficit was gonna be $125,000. We're down to 65 now. So that's, I mean, the committee's also made some cuts, but in order for us to continue providing the programs that our memberships and our RPs want, we need to sacrifice it somewhere, and that's where it's gonna come from. We will continue to reevaluate as the years come.
I just wanted to say that it's actually a good move to do this. At the FAI level, one of the biggest problems for them going broke was because they didn't do this. The Nats would not increase their subscription fees for almost, what, a decade? Or?
What's that? I told him about that yesterday, but keep going.
And then, of course, the same problem happened with the ISC. They didn't want to increase the sanction fees, and they hadn't done so for many years. So the sanction fees remained at €90. They did projections, and to leave it that way, they would be broke within a year because they're providing services that are going up all the time. And they're adding more and more services, but they're not increasing their fees. They projected €110 increase. That would get them through 1.5 years. So they bit the bullet and the fees went from 90 to €120. That'll save them for about 3 to 4 years. But they're gonna have to start looking at consistently increasing every couple of years or so, and that's just the reality of it.
I will say that we're not just increasing fees. I will say that in our board and our chair discussions yesterday, we have done a whole bunch of cost savings. Our committees have cut back where needed to be, and we are looking at a lot of cost saving measures. Something we're looking at is reducing the number of face-to-face meetings. So some of our committees are gonna go every 2 years. Some are gonna do more online and phone call meetings. I'm even looking at doing virtual AGMs as an option, because an AGM is another good chunk of money. I don't know if it's feasible, but we're definitely looking into it. So it's not just we're saying we need more money, we're increasing your fees. We are also working the other side of the equation and looking at where we can save money.
Yeah, the reality still remains, like, I agree that you're doing a lot of really good stuff. The
reality is
that your only revenue is affiliations. So you're doing all like really great stuff, and I think this is a really good move in the right direction.
And as Ian pointed out, you're still getting $3 million. So for $105, you're getting an exponential amount of insurance coverage, which is a huge value, but plus all the other stuff you heard our committee chairs talking about this morning, that's all part of your dollars going back to directly help you as well.
Just from the board's perspective, we were looking at all the options, looking at wherever we could save money. We're gonna be looking at this on a year-by-year basis, and this time next year, it may occur again, we don't know. We're trying to keep it as affordable as possible for everybody, and we're just gonna try to do what we can and see what this 1-year trial for the temporary memberships is gonna do to our membership, and we'll reevaluate again this time next year.
Does anybody have any questions? All right, thanks for being understanding. We'll see what the rest of the country thinks. But as drop zone owners and proxy holders, you guys should go back to your memberships and take back this information to them, so it's not just like, hey, CSPA is moving up your fees, but this is why.
Here's why.
Ian.
Here's the mayor's notice too.
Yeah, so I'll be making a notice as soon as possible. Definitely next Canberra, Anna? In the next Canberra, I'll give you.
Yeah, actually, I have to look up about that. So yeah, you had mentioned that we're gonna put something in Canberra saying, hey, your fees are going up. But even as a CSP member, I actually sometimes I forget how much value there is in having an affiliation.
Make sure we write it down.
Yeah, so if we put in like a list of like, hey, just a reminder, this is still the stuff you're getting out of it, I think there'll be less anger. Yeah, so that's just a comment.
We have that really good article from a few years back.
Yeah.
And that's exactly one of the things we were looking at, we're looking at what does your membership pay for? How much of it does it pay for this, that? And we do get a great value. Like we're looking at other ones where by every year you have to pay to have your ratings renewed. Like we include a lot of stuff others don't.
Alright, Ian, all you.
Everything else goes up. My power bill went up, my copper fees went up, my insurance went up.
So we'll speak about it.
just so everybody, this is the budget produced by the board. Other than building the spreadsheet, I didn't have a whole lot to do with the actual numbers that are in here. As I started at the beginning, I met with the board yesterday. I recommended an immediate increase in the affiliation fees. They've decided to give people a year's notice that that's going to happen. So that produces a bigger deficit this year, and that was a deliberate decision to run down our reserve so that we end up with a smaller reserve at the end of this year. It was a decision that our reserve was too big and that it could afford to come down a little bit. What you have there is the 5 years I've been treasurer. So you can see what past numbers have been. The green is for 2020 and the blue is an estimate for 2021. You can see the big increase for 2021 in individual affiliation fees is because that's when the increase kicks in. The rest of the numbers we're just projecting from the numbers in the past, which for most things, as you can see, have been pretty consistent. Is there anybody who has any questions about any of the numbers that are up there? If we slip to the expenses sheet, then
Hit the clicker, the right
I
arrow.
got that.
There you go.
Okay, this is just a breakdown, again, showing where income comes on a little more detail. As I said, the defense fund fee is based on the number of drop zones that join. The budget is conservative in that they're predicting that there'll be less drop zones joining. Maybe there'll be more. The insurance fee, again, that's a sum paid by drop zones so that they can have access to the insurance and to the legal defense fund. And the school fee is the one that Michelle mentioned. The fee is going up slightly. And again, that's just a fee paid by drop zones. So drop zones are contributed for last year, contributed $41,900 in income over and above the money that individual memberships raised. Canberra raised $25,000 last year in advertising revenue, and as you can see, that number has been pretty consistent for the past 5 years. There's actually people who pay for a subscription to Canberra without being a member of CSPA, so that's the Canberra subscription. I forget how many people that is. It's not very many.
It's not. It's like 2 or 3.
Yeah, given that the actual magazine costs about $2.40 per issue to make, so it's a real money maker. The interest on the operating account is the interest we've earned on on the money that we have in savings, and we have actually a pretty good deal with the credit union that we're dealing with now, in that most places were happy to give me 2% if I locked it in as a term deposit. What we have is an account that pays 2% with the interest paid monthly, so it compounds, and we can add and subtract to the account at any time without any restriction. So in our general savings account, I can dip into it for $100,000 in the winter, then top it back up again in the summer as we have extra money. The legal defense account, it's a smaller number, so it generates less interest. And you have to kind of ignore the team fund interest for 2015. That was a one-time entry to make up for years of bad bookkeeping. And so you just kind of have to ignore that one. You can see as we've built up the amount of money in the team fund, the interest that it earns goes up each year. You have a dip in 2017 because we would have paid out money for the teams. We paid out a big chunk of money for the teams in 2016, so there was less in the savings account. So the interest for 2017 was less. 2018 was higher, 2019 was higher yet again because there was no money paid out of the account. The interest that it's going to earn in 2020 will be less. It's a quibble, but the interest that it earns in 2021 will be more than $8,500. It'll be more like 10, because again, there will be no expenditures out of the account in the year before that. Any questions about that? Where the money is coming from? You know, again, the interest on the general account is conservatively estimated because the expectation is we're going to run down the bank account, so it'll be less money there earning interest. The legal defense account interest will depend on how much the account's drawn down by claims this year. So again, that's a very conservative estimate. If we have no claims, it'll be higher. That's, as you can see, the payroll expense has gone up $10,000 in the last 5 years. It's something that goes up, has been going up a little bit each year. The budget projects it going up again for the year ending 2020 and 2021. And again, that's another reason why we need to increase the membership fees. Any questions about any of those expenses? We've tried to keep them kind of consistent across the base. We paid, you know, the board can talk better, more knowledgeably about it than I can. But we paid a lot of money for the database management change with not a whole lot that I see yet for the money that's been spent, but apparently that's all going to be in place by the end of this year. Depreciation, everybody knows, is a non-cash expense. That's just a bookkeeping entry to record the fact our equipment's not getting younger.
Can I step in with a sidebar? I totally thought to mention something. So we talked about how our affiliations have been dropping over the years. Have you guys heard of Skydive Vibes? They're a social media done by a girl in Quebec. She does all these marketing and stuff on social media. So one of the things that we've done to try to regain our affiliations and to encourage new jumpers is we've actually partnered with Skydive Vibes to do a 3-part video series on how to become a skydiver. And the goal was that it's going to be a drop zone marketed free campaign that all drop zones can use as a way to market the sport to new jumpers, because some drop zones don't have the ability to market. So hopefully it's another way that we've looked back at trying to increase our affiliations. So that's going to start to get published hopefully this spring for the season.
And you know, just following up what Michelle just said, as I said before, the way you get more affiliations is by getting buy-in from the drop zones. And the drop zone, when the drop zones make it mandatory for people jumping on their drop zone to have CSPA membership, is how CSPA membership goes up. That's the driving force behind a membership, way more than any other factor. So keeping services that we have here that directly benefit the drop zone in the sense of, say, producing instructors or a really quality insurance program, and those types of things are how we get drop zone buy-in, and then drop zone buy-in leads to more memberships. Where the big expense here is members' liability insurance. As Michelle said, we've got it, the brokers out shopping around. I suspect in the really world there's maybe 2 underwriters in the whole world who are willing to bid on this business. And if they come back and say it's 15% more, the option is, oh, it's 15% more, okay. You know, we don't really, it's just too small a market. I know for my own airplanes, 2 or 3 years ago, the broker could come and approach 4 or 5 markets and get a quote, and now he comes back and says, you know, we're lucky they haven't cut you off. You know, it's just, the way that is, so we can anticipate that going up. But it's not to say that, 3 years from now or 4 years from now, it doesn't go down again because the market suddenly gets more competitive again. Because that has also happened in the 30 years I've had airplanes. Insurance goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. Anyway, that's what we can do for the next 2 years. There's nothing, just so you understand, the travel and accommodation and per diem in this section of the income statement is for office staff. So that's essentially Judy and Michelle going to the AGMs, to board meetings, to the nationals, to the various places that the office staff go to. We keep track of travel, accommodation, and per diems for the committees separately. So that line is that. WCP registration fees are kind of in and out, that we only pay them if we've got somebody who wants to go to a WC, to a parachute championships or competition, and they reimburse CSPA that cost. So 43,000 is a year in which there's world championships, but we collect that money from the competitors. There was the money that, what happens is they go to these events, they can't pay it directly themselves because the way the world works, it has to come from the National Association. So CSPA pays it on their behalf but collects the money from the competitor. Any questions on this page?
I don't want to touch it, but out of curiosity, photocopier lease as opposed to purchasing, is there an advantage?
There is.
Yeah, the lease includes maintenance and supplies, and it's a $10,000 machine. At the end of the lease period, you give it back to them and say, deliver a new one.
It's cheaper. We did look at the long term.
Because I know as a small business, we ended up buying one, and it's worked out for us to be cheaper, but we also probably don't print the volume that you guys do, so.
Yeah, and it saves, it's just, there's no headache then.
No, that's true, that's true.
The machine breaks, you call them up and say, hey, your machine's broken, come fix it.
Yeah, I know it's a small amount, but sometimes it all adds up a little bit, so. Thanks, thank you.
Anything else on this page? So here, if anybody's interested in the details by committee, we can do that. But this is the cumulative amount that the committees have spent doing the work that they do. And so you can see they spent $73,000 in 2019. As Michelle said, they've tried to cut and trim, so they're budgeting $71,000 for next year. Again, my personal preference would be charge more money and not cut the committee's expenses, because they're the lifeblood of the organization in lots of ways. This work that they do is what, in addition to the insurance in Canberra, is the real value to individual members of the association. But that's a selling job. We have to get out there and convince the members that CSPA is worth the money. I think CSPA is getting a huge bargain for all of the work that people do in the various committees for $75,000 a year is a really good deal, like really good deal. That we wouldn't be able to do that except for the hours of volunteer time that goes with this. As you can see, the expenses are, if you like, the only one that their volunteer per diem is they get $60 a day to come to meetings like this. So if they only eat at McDonald's, they might make a couple of pennies.
Stop giving away my phone.
That's right. And the travel, is, again, been pretty consistent, and it just depends on where meetings are. We move meetings from Western Canada, you know, but I think, again, that's a very reasonable number. We, long time ago, decided to just have a lump sum to subsidize the nationals, and that sunny money goes to the drop zone that organizes the nationals, and then it is used to pay judges' expenses, basically whatever the drop zone spends money on to do the nationals. And it's there to encourage drop zones to bid. Because putting on a nationals, I've done it 3 times, is really expensive. And so this is a encouragement for a drop zone to do that. And again, I think that's a very reasonable number. The national team support is the money that's paid out of the team fund. And so we know that that's the balance of November 30th, 2019 in the team fund that's available for distribution in 2020 is $33,042. That is dependent a little bit, I mean, nickels and dimes, there's some small amounts for specific disciplines, and there's rules Barb could explain to you about how a person they have to finish in the top 75% of the competitors to be eligible for subsidy. So we might not quite spend $33,000 if we have nobody in artistic events that qualifies for the $2,000 that's in the artistic event amount. But basically that's what's going to be said. In addition to the money from the team fund that goes to the teams, CSPA pays for uniforms so that the team can go and they've all got a matching sweatshirt and track pants. And they've been doing that for years before this, years after. The budget is based on the estimate of the number of people that might go to World Meets this year on behalf of Canada. I don't even remember what miscellaneous competition is, but it's not much money.
It's the in-time license.
Right. Any questions about anything there? And again, for the budget, we're projecting forward based on past numbers, but there's not much to quibble about there. There's Campera. Again, its expenses have been really consistent over the past 5 years. As you recall, up on the income side, there's $25,000 in advertising revenue that offsets that. So the net works out to $12 a year per member to subsidize Campera. The claims against legal defense fund, we had a good year in 2019. You can see how much, and Michelle earlier had a slide that showed where the money actually went out. And some of those claims where you see a $1,400 bill from the lawyers is because they had a good waiver and the lawsuit went away very quickly. And where you see a $10,000 claim, that's a case that actually went to court. So again, everybody should make sure they have a good waiver and that it is filled out completely. I'm aware of incidences where they have the waiver, but they never know the student to sign it. And so they printed their name, but there's no signature on it. They've filled it out, but they haven't signed it, and so now you've created a possible loophole that can cost you $100,000 because your manifest staff wasn't checking that the waiver was filled out accurately and completely. and aside. So anyway, the net income is a combination of all of those expenses. Oops. But if you break it down by the individual accounts, so we're anticipating that the team fund will have a net loss of $2,000 next year because the donations and interest that it earns in 2020 that won't get spent till 2022 will be less than the money that we're spending on teams in 2020. But that's what we're spending is 2 years accumulated income. So we end up with a little loss there. For the legal defense fund, that's no more than a wild guess. We can't predict what the claims against the fund will be. And then on the general income, what they have, this budget is they're predicting losing $36,000 next year, which would reduce, if that happens, it would reduce our reserve by about that much money. In past years, we've budgeted, I think this year represents more conservative and better budget. In past years, we budgeted a wish list and had huge deficits as the bottom line, and then come out at with a much smaller deficit. So from memory, this year last year we budgeted 2019 coming in with I forget $60,000 deficit, and it's actually only 11,000. So what we've tried to do, or the board has done this year, is try to be more accurate in the budgeting. Instead of getting a wish list from the committees that they then budget, they've gone, this is how much money that you've spent over the last 5 years. That's what we'll give you this year, and then you figure out how you're going to use that money. So I think that this is likely to be a much more accurate prediction of what's going to happen. And, you know, the budget for 2021, there will be another AGM before then. Another chance to review that, another chance to decide whether we really want to run the reserve down another $60,000 or we want to change how we do things. And for the eagle-eyed in here, you'll notice that the net income numbers aren't the same as in the audited financial statements, and that's because of an accounting requirement to have deferred revenue and deferred expenses. If you like, this is the cash accounting, and this shows how much money actually comes in and out of the bank account each year. For an obscure accounting reason, the financial statements have to have this pointless deferred revenue.
Got it. Yeah.
But anyway, when you look at the financial statements, that's why they don't balance with these numbers. But it's an accounting entry, it's not actually reflecting the money that we take in and spend in a year. So any questions about that? See, I mean, the blue year has a smaller deficit, but that's because we don't spend any money in the team account. And it's a bit deceptive. The real deficit that we need to be concerned about is the minus 60,000 number. That's the one that's not sustainable in the long run. So anyway, I'm happy enough to recommend this budget. There was a lot bigger deficit before the board's meetings yesterday that made me very uncomfortable. But this is something that I can live with. As I said earlier, I don't think CSBA wants to run its reserve down too much. We need $100,000 in the bank to cover the cash flow issues that arise because our income all comes in the summer, and $200,000 or $300,000 reserve strikes me as being a nice conservative number that means we can weather a bad spell without it putting the association in any kind of danger. So anyway, that's the budget that the board's come up with, and that I'm happy to, well, not happy, I will sign on to. As I said, I would have preferred to raise fees this year, but any questions? There you go.
Can I have the clicker back?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. The topic of budget is never an easy one, but it is what it is, as a certain someone would say. So, we now have a motion. Does anyone have any more questions about budgets, fees, any of that stuff before we move on? Seeing none, I will carry on. So we have a motion. This motion is made by Skydive South Saskatchewan and seconded by dissenters. And it is moved and seconded to adopt the following motion. Be it resolved that the budget for 2019-2020 be accepted as presented. Does any member wish to debate this? Are there any opposed? Any abstentions?
No
Point break, skydivers is abstaining.
Oh,
Please write that down. Thanks, Pat.
Really, Pat?
So the affirmative has it, the motion is carried.
Patty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary budgets.
So now we have another motion. This motion is made by Hamilton SPC and seconded by Skydive Vancouver Island. It is moved and seconded to adopt the following motion. Be it resolved that the budget for 2020-2021 be accepted as presented. Does any member wish to debate this? Are there any opposed? We have one opposed. Who's proxy? Who do you have? Chilliwack.
I'm not a proxy.
Or, sorry, who's vote? Any abstentions? The affirmative has it, the motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, the next order of business is the election of directors. So everybody should have been advised by email of the update in candidates. There were 3 positions available this year. 2 incumbents have sent in their intention to remain on the board, which leaves 1 vacant position that no one's applied for yet. No applications were received by the record date. Therefore, are there any nominations from the floor for the board of directors in accordance with PIM 3, section 4.9? Going once? Nothing online?
Nope.
Okay. No new nominations for the board of directors. Therefore, can I please have a voting member move to declare Kenina Vanstone and Gord Godwin returning to the board of directors?
Yay! That was for Kanina.
Is that a vote?
No, that's a
No, I was talking to Allison when she said the
Oh,
we.
okay, it's the Gord.
Ned Ford,
Badlands.
Badlands. Motion, can I have a seconder for that?
Chilliwack.
Chilliwack has it? So motion made by Badlands and seconded by Chilliwack. It is moved and seconded to adopt the motion. Does any member wish to debate this? Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? The affirmative has it, and the motion is carried. Welcome back, Gordon Kamina.
Hashtag Kamina Sunshine.
And Gord. Yeah.
And Gord.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, and now,
No.
the last section of the AGM, we are going to recognize the many accomplishments and achievements of CSPA Scout Evers. And there are many. So each year, the Kathy Johnson Service Award is awarded to an individual in recognition of the outstanding contribution and dedication which they voluntarily provide over a long period of time in support of our sport of parachuting and to the association. And this year, I am honored to present the award.
Read the nomination first.
The nomination, not bad.
So it's,
Because you have last year's winner on my slide.
oh yeah, it's because I hadn't got them till yesterday.
So we have two recipients this year. The first recipient is Eileen Vaughn. The nomination form reads, in the 1970s, Eileen volunteered in the CSPA office. It is reported in Canberra that at that time she was a special assistant to the executive director. At the DZ, she was an instructor and coach. In the 1980s, she was a member of the Competition and National Teams Committee for numerous years. As years passed, she helped foster and develop CSPA's relationship with the Canadian military as a member of the armed forces and as a military competitor. In more recent decades, she has served as national teams coach and as a member of CSPA's long-term athlete development group. Today, she continues as a member of the Competition and National Teams Committee. Eileen Vaughn is deserving of a Kathy Johnson Service Award. Congratulations, Eileen. Sure, but you have to make this with me because we only have
We'll send you one with we'll send you one with your name on it.
Thank you very much. Yes. Oh, that's Picture time.
Gee.
Well, I'll just hold it here for the camera. No, Izzy, you should be in it too.
Oh, yeah, Izzy should be.
I'll get the microphone in.
4, 3, 2,
I'll give it back now. Thank you very much.
Keep the name secret this time. Until the end.
Suspense. Thank you.
So the second recipient of the Kathy Johnson Award this year. This recipient has provided assistance to this association for many years. As a lawyer, he has provided legal advice on numerous matters and advised on various regulations.
Who nominated?
He has served as chair of the non-profit NPA?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. In past years and is currently chair of the present-day Government Regulatory Committee. Whenever questions arise with respect to Transport Canada or Sport Canada, he is there to assist the association. As well, he offers his advice at long-range planning meetings and assists both this association and its members on any number of matters, including waivers, signage, liability, and documentation. He is very deserving of this award. And that person is Pat
I had no idea it was you until at the very end.
High five. Glad you dressed up for the occasion.
Izzy forgot that we're sharing this, so it's actually 3. So yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
There's 3. Yeah. We don't tell you everything.
Yeah. Hi, I never get the mic. Can I kind of like it? All right, so we do have a third recipient. And this particular recipient has continuously helped grow the community by organizing events, hosting competitions, and jumping with novices. She also helps coaches and instructor candidates with practice jumps and developing their skills for upcoming ratings. At the provincial level, she has been an active member on the board of the ASPA for ages and helped create and develop many skydiving projects, competitions, and competitors effectively. She has also helped ASPA continue as an effective organization through thick and thin in the past. On a national level, she has worked diligently with CSPA and for CSPA in developing manuals and helping bridge the gap between old and new thinking skydivers. She has helped us perpetuate our sport and allow us to move ahead with open-mindedness as well as aware of safety practices and training techniques that have a proven track record. I believe the people that are involved more directly with CSPA have seen how much work she has put in and positive effects that she has created at the national level. Open-minded, well-grounded, effectively helpful, skilled instructor willing to facilitate all needs of individuals in our sport. Looking at where we would be at the drop zone level, the provincial level, and the national level without her, there would be huge gaps in training, competition, and fundamental sport throughout our sport in Canada. Love Lyle Waddell. I forgot to mention, she's a dog lover, instructor extraordinaire, and we're all privileged to be in her presence. Izzy Perry.
I thought Kanina wrote that. That was really good from Lyle. From Lyle. I know. That's happy. That's
Congratulations.
Oh.
Save that for me for the next time I get yelled
Okay.
We now just want to do a retirement presentation. It's never an enjoyment to announce retirement. The amount of hours of dedication to this association are truly invaluable, and we always hate to see the passion leave CSPA. Roger Serio has resigned this year, chosen not to run for re-election after 4 years on the board of directors. I would like to thank Roger for his 4 years of service, and I wish him all the best in his next endeavors, as I'm sure we all do.
That's you.
I'm just looking at my agenda going, really? This concludes the 2020 AGM. I didn't beat my record though, did I?
No.
No. On behalf of the board of directors, I want to thank everybody for coming, the RPs for coming out to learn more about what happens here, everyone online watching and listening, and everyone that held proxies and carried votes. Thank you, and you had to listen to me blah, blah, blah all day, so that was awesome. Thank you all very much. So now we have, we're going to take 5.
Well, keep going through your slides.
Dance monkey.
Sorry. Dinner. Dinner, has everyone signed the attendance, the sign up for dinner? Who wants to come for dinner? Yes, that's what I was going to say. So now we have a guest with us from NAV Canada, and a drop zone seminar with Pat Floyd. So this is going to be a closed forum for voting members and the board of directors and proxy holders, we said. I'll have to ask that registered participants and observers, you can go start drinking if you like. It says wait in the
Close my
hallway,
proxy.
but, what? Yes, if anyone would like to, do you wanna, Eileen, would you like to come and say some words?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go to my.
Do you mind? Do you wanna come up here? Then you can have a thing to
No, I
put
just
your
have
thing
something
on.
quickly I wanna share here.
Okay.
Hi, it's just, I wanna pass on, my husband, works for Bell Geospace and Enterprise Air, and they have, a fleet of 4 DC-3 Tangos, which are turbine DC-3s, called a Basler. And, they have 1 or 2 that, don't get much flying time in the summer, and they are interested in flying jumpers. So a DC-3 Tango has an enormous cargo door. And they're based out of Oshawa, Ontario. So all I wanna do is, I don't have a lot of details other than they take, maybe 10 to 12 minutes to go to altitude to 11 grand. And they're, take a lot of jumpers, but they're still working on it, so it's just, I just wanna pass on that the company is Enterprise Air. The name of the manager is Brian, Burchartz. Burchartz. I have an email and a phone number if anyone is interested in inquiring whether a weekend, a week, a month, the whole summer, if they're interested in leasing a turbo DC-3 for a drop zone or for special events. And I just,
Runway does it need?
pardon me?
How much runway does it need?
She has an email and a phone number.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, they can do 3,000 feet, give or take, but, cause I did ask them that yesterday. But, yeah, I just wanted to pass on that information, but if I could, just show, I have a picture somewhere, which, anyway,
So that carries the same amount of people as a regular one, like around 33 or so?
around 30-ish jumpers. Anyway, I'm not, I have pictures. Not
We
on
will
here.
find you.
When
Not
we
on here.
find the
Anyway,
picture,
that's
Irene
fine.
will have the
I
picture
could,
for
I
everyone
could
to
send
see.
them, I could send it out or whatever. Anyway, they're, I just wanted to pass that on, that if people are interested in taking advantage of that, obviously it's gonna be better for Ontario or Quebec. Just based on, the travel time to get there, the ferrying time. So, and I don't have prices, I just wanted to put it out there, so anyone who's interested, I have information.
Thank you.
No, we didn't have any.
Thanks, Eileen.
Are we gonna do the draw for the ARPA's leads? Last draw?
Yes, we can do adjourn
Yeah.
and then we'll.
We're gonna adjourn and then we'll do the draw, the last draw before the RPs.
T-shirts.
So the last order of business is the adjournment of the 2020 AGM. Would anyone like to move the adjournment?
Captain Scott Ivers.
Councilor Scott
Yes.
Evans. Would anyone like to second?
Did I? No, I didn't. It's garbage.
Really?
Second?
Oh, the funny.
Adjournment. Scott Brown. The motion is carried. Thank you, everybody.
I know. That's right.
Now we need a draw.
Thanks, Izzy.
You got a lovely T-shirt here.